Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, my friends. Hello, hello. Let's get some music going. Our jam, our squirrel jam. Some night driving music. Coolio, coolio. How's everybody doing today, tonight, or in the morning, wherever you are listening from? We have a fun episode in store for everybody today. And we've got our Gloria slideshow going. Wifey's awesome. So one thing I want, once we have maybe a couple more people, but I'm wondering, girl dance party. What I'm wondering is, I was just checking, just rocking out over here. I was just checking, and so far, oh, hey, Kids Mints, I'm so happy to see you. Yay, awesome. For a squirrel dance party. I was just checking on the Idaho website, and it looks like that hearing is still scheduled for tomorrow at 10. So what I'm wondering, because I know there's going to be some other trials going on tomorrow, like there's going to be Chad Daybell, there's going to be Karen Reed. I don't think the hearing's going to last all that long, but I have options. I could either live stream it as it happens live, like from Judge's YouTube channel. Make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't already. I'm just kidding. Or what I can do is I could do a video on it later where I like record the hearing or whatever, and then we watch it together live and do a live stream like in the evening. So that kind of just depends on what, that's Kids Mints. It's still wifey. That's okay. Cool. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, we're going to be still, we didn't, nothing was finalized. There's a lot to talk about. So it's all good, but, yeah, she's in rabbit form now. So I kind of, once we get some more people here to let people, weigh in, Kids Mints is smart, weigh in on if they would rather watch the hearing live as it's happening, or do a video on it later in the evening, a live stream on it. So either way, it would be a live stream. It's just basically, do we want to watch it live as it's happening, or do we want to watch it after the fact in the evening? One thing to think about is the usual channels that would typically be streaming that hearing won't be streaming it because they're going to be streaming other trials. So for people who do want to watch it live, I don't know they would have that many options. So that's part of why I'm discussing this right now. So, but we'll keep that in mind. So yeah, how's life in Oregon, Kids Mints? How's the weather over there? I have a student who's in Tacoma. It's kind of close, I think. I don't have anybody in Oregon though. So, and I'm trying to remember where in Oregon you are too, Kids Mints. I'm blanking on that for some reason. But not that you have to answer because, but I feel like you have said that before and I just can't remember. So yeah, so it's a really nice day here. Oh, you're in Portland. Okay. For some reason I don't know that I realized, because Portland, like the show, like Portlandia, that's awesome. Yeah, okay. So that makes sense too, because of course the rain, yeah, Portlandia. Yeah, I was just thinking about you because I didn't realize I guess your YouTube name should indicate it, but I was just thinking about how I didn't realize until you left a comment the other day about how you stream. I guess you stream live from your backyard. I've been meaning to say something because I'm definitely going to subscribe, and I'm guessing that's where that cute squirrel came from. So that's awesome. Happy you're here. Yeah, put a bird on it. Yeah, that's right. Put a bird on it. By the way, why am I blanking on her name? The girl, oh my God, the girl actor from that, from Portlandia. Oh my God, what's her name? Carrie something, right? She is in, or was in, I love punk music. She was in an all-female punk band, if you guys may or may not know. Carrie Schwartz, yeah. She was in it, and she's also like best friends with one of my all-time favorite female punk artists, and who also was like best friends with Kurt Cobain. And so it's like there's this whole circle of like these punk / grunge people from that region in Washington / Oregon situation. But there was a lot of great female punk artists that came out of that area. There's a whole movement. Actually, I have a book about it called Girls to the Front. And I think it was written, let me grab it. Yeah, it's not written by, it's based on the story of the Riot Girl Revolution. So anyway, but it's just funny because they're all kind of connected. So, yeah, so, oh, it's not her name. That's okay, wifey. Yeah, so the Riot Girl is, okay, I'm just pulling this up. So it was a underground feminist punk movement that began in the 1990s in Olympia, Washington. But they were really affiliated with they were affiliated with Kurt Cobain. They were affiliated with like Sonic Youth, obviously Nirvana. And why am I blanking on? Why am I blanking on the name that I'm trying to think of? Oh my God. Anyway, so yeah, she's that girl, that girl. She was in that group along with Kathleen Hanna, who's like my all-time favorite. So Carrie Brownstein, of course, yes, that's it. So I was right about the Carrie part. Good. Is Carrie Schwartz a person, or was that just a name that you guessed? I mean, I'm sure there is a person. So I'm just doing a search for Carrie Schwartz on my phone. There's lots of Carrie Schwartz. She's like, how am I brought into this conversation? That's fucking hilarious. Okay, so let me pause my music here. So yeah, so I'm definitely going to make sure that that I check out and subscribe to the Iowa Backyard Camp. Somehow I didn't put 2 and 2 together. You know, sometimes people have these names and you think it's a channel, but it's not. Oh. We love all the songs. That's so great. We're all fully in support of people having songs stuck in their head / singing them, and also replacing the lyrics. For example, that reminds me, I need to before tomorrow do the doon another filing bites the dust. I needed to get that going. But do you guys have any thoughts on so good, Carrie Schwartz. Do you guys have any, whoever's here, do y'all have any thoughts so far on whether you'd like to see the hearing live at 10 a.m. tomorrow, or whether you would want me to do a live stream later on in the day? There you go. Who's that squirrel? I'm blanking on how that song, I'm trying to hear that song. I feel like I just know it from commercials. Hold on. Let me fix this issue that I'm having right now. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. So let's see. Is that the name of the song? Who's that girl? Let's fix this. Is that Madonna? No. What? I'm trying. It's on my phone, you guys. Yeah, it's Madonna. Oh my God, it's so loud. I'm turning it down. She's wearing a dude's outfit in this. Okay. I don't want to play too much of it because I don't want it to cause like, copyright. Who's that girl? So yeah, who's that squirrel? Perfect. Love it. Dig it. Yay, DSN is here also. Happy. So hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Also just for good measure,
It's a house.
So do you guys have any thoughts so far on whether you'd like to have the hearing done live tomorrow at 10, or if you would like to do it? Do it in the morning, do it in the evening, do it at supper time. Or I get, okay, so trial in the morning, trial in the evening, trial at supper time. And then, of course, we've got 2 songs so far for Idaho. We had Another Filing Bites the Dust, and then we have Where Did You Come From? Where Did You Go? Where Did You Come From? Kootenai Joe, which, brilliant. Okay, cool. Thank you for your input, Iowa. Backyard Cam, my friend, with the squirrels. Yeah, I saw that when I did the YouTube search that it was also a movie, which I did not know. So yeah, but we'll continue discussing with the plan for tomorrow with that and seeing what people think. Just because I know there's going to be the other, like, again, that's why, right? Because there's going to be the other trials happening. So that would be a reason to not do it then. But also because everyone's going to be streaming those, and there's not going to be, that I know of, anyone streaming the hearing, that could be a vote in favor of streaming it. So, okay, let's start out with what I have prepared for today. We've got some fun stuff, you guys, today. All right, here we go. Add to stage. Bloop, bloop. All right, first of all, what happened at the Kohls? Do you guys know what Kohl's is? You guys have Kohl's where you are? Are y'all familiar with Kohl's? It's funny because there's a Kohl's kind of where I live, and since I happen to live right now really close to the house I grew up in where my mom still lives, the Kohl's that's here is the same Kohl's I used to go to as like a kid growing up. It's really funny. And I used to go there. I used to like go there for jeans and stuff when I was in like middle school, and my dad would always take me, and it was like something that we would always do together. Like I would always get jeans and then want to take them back and exchange them. I don't know why. That was just something I was doing in middle school. And my dad was always the one that would take me because my mom was always teaching saxophone lessons, and like in the evenings, and he was professor at UNCG, so he was home at like when university gets out. And so then but he, what was so crazy? There was times where I was exchanging those jeans like on an almost daily basis, and he never got sick of taking me to that same freaking counter at the back of the store, customer service. And back then, exchanges were not as easy as they are now. By the way, we're talking when I was in middle school, so a million years ago. Exchanges were not, it wasn't like it was now. Like you had to give a reason. They actually questioned you about it. You had to prove that it was just it was actually an ordeal. And he never got tired of taking me tirelessly to and from the Kohl's, and letting me exchange my jeans. That's a good one. So you could also, dude, we could do a whole series, What Happened at the Kohl's. Look, this is the episode 2 right here in the making. Kit Smith says, I was at a Kohl's a few weeks back and a delusional crazy guy started yelling about being the head of the CIA. Brilliant. If we can get some more details on that, that can be, this could be a new series to start the show off. And then Wifey too. Great. Look at all this content we've got here. Her brother's banned from all. I want to know the story. I want to know all the details. This is amazing. Like bringing a knife into the airport on the airplane without realizing it. Oh my God. Okay, DSN knows all these crazy things, and I'm not gonna. I don't know if you heard my apology last night. Today I woke up and in my mind, for whatever reason, I can't believe how terrible I feel that I was thinking that you were in New Hampshire and you're in Rhode Island. And again, I apologize. My US, as I said, my US geography is not as good as my world geography. And they're, in my mind, they both have 2 words and they're both in like the, the New Englandy area. And I don't even know, I could think Rhode Island is more north, but honestly, anything you want to share about Rhode Island, DSN, I'm sure we would all appreciate it because I'm probably not the only one who doesn't know very much about Rhode Island. But you lived in, okay. Well, then that's good. Yeah, it's New Hampshire to me. Okay. So maybe you had mentioned that and that's where I got that idea, although that might also not be the case. It could just be I got it mixed up. Because yeah, I know very little about both of those states. So go to jail or never go to Kohl's again in your life. So maybe we'll do a series. Feel free to give me some stories in the Discord of y'all's Kohl's stories. So, okay. So I don't ever shop at Kohl's. I mean, the last time I shopped there was like not because I never had any trouble, they always let me exchange the jeans, but it's just, I don't ever shop. Actually, in fact, for clothes, I just buy everything online. I don't even go in the store to buy clothes. DSN doesn't have any Kohl stories. Well, you can dazzle us with other stories. Like when you did, you said you did like improv and stuff, like skits and stuff like that. Or stories about, New Hampshire or Rhode Island. Things Kitsmits knows about Rhode Island. Memorable representative at the signing of the Declaration of Oh, cool. Excellent. Bravo. Bravo. That's great. So, but here's the thing. So you guys know Amazon, obviously. I don't know. It used to be you could just print a label and like mail your returns. So I don't know why now they just really want you to take it to the Kohl's. And so when I moved back to Greensboro, what used to happen was when you did an Amazon return, you went to the Kohl's, and every time you went to the Kohl's, they gave you essentially free money. Like they would give you a free voucher. They called it Kohl's Cash, and it was like $10 Kohl's Cash, no purchase necessary. So you go to do an Amazon return and they give you like the Kohl's Cash and you could just buy something. And in fact, I ended up getting a couple things there. Like I found some items that were like on clearance that I got for free with my Kohl that they just gave you as like a present. And then they stopped doing that. And then they changed it to a coupon. You got a coupon, 10%, whatever, 25% off if you bought something. Okay. Well, now they don't give you anything anymore, which is fine. They were probably realized they were losing fuck tons of money because of all the Amazon returns. So what are you from doing Amazon returns? I'm saying you're going to have to give us the full story about this. I love it. DSN. I want you to dazzle us with your improv in some form or fashion. Oh, the Kohl's Cash. Okay. I wonder, I want to know more about this. So, but they don't do that anymore. You just bring your Amazon return and then they give you a receipt. So, I'm going to have to repot these orchids and after they've finished blooming. And so that's like the whole thing. And so I'm trying to get the right size pots. And so I've had to do a couple different visits to the Kohl's because you get the pot and it's not the right size, blah, blah. Anyway, interesting. Huh. So anyway, so here's what happened yesterday at the Kohl's. I was returning some of these pots for the orchids on Amazon, to Amazon at the Kohl's. And here's what happened. Now, this picture that you're about to see was taken after the event that I'm going to describe. Let me go to the picture. This mannequin was right on the way to the little kiosk where you do your Amazon returns. So just to the right. So I was walking towards this fellow. Nice suit, I might add. I was walking towards him, and so the kiosk was just past him, right? And so, but here's what happened. What happened was, the store was like empty, okay? And as I was walking towards this mannequin, I noticed that his tie was all what do you say? Cattywampus or whatever. Like it was like as if someone had pulled on the tie and like pulled it out. It was really annoying because it wasn't untucked from the jacket. It wasn't like above the jacket or over the jacket. It was like someone had kind of pulled on it and there was just like a big bulge there, and then the end was still tucked in. And so cattywampus, thank you. Yeah. So it was, and it's a nice tie. Right. That's okay, kids. But thank you. So it was like a bulge, and then it was tucked in. And literally I was like, why is no one fixing this? Right. Because like, it's a really nice store and there's no one there shopping. And I don't know. It's like, everything is very organized and it's very nice. Wifey. Yes. Yes. So was good. So I see this and I'm like, it's driving me crazy. I'm over there at the kiosk doing my return. I'm looking over at the tie and I'm like, this is driving me crazy. And okay, so then I get my receipt and I don't get any Kohl's cash because they stopped doing that. And then I'm going to leave and I'm walking past this mannequin again. And I'm like, I have to fix this. I have to fix this tie. I cannot leave it like this. This is this is just an absolute travesty situation. That's right. We were reading. Oh my God, you're so right. It all makes sense, doesn't it? It all makes sense now. It comes full circle. It was the Battle of the Bulge. You're so right. That was so fucking wild, man. That was a wildest fucking squirrel tangent. That was so incredible. And the way that I rejoiced when at the very end of that history lesson, it all came back to Ireland and the Irish song. I was like, oh, no fucking way. Because it was Black Widow who was like, what's the deal with the flag? Oh my God. It was the best. That was like, and now even tying it back to the tie. So I'm walking past and I'm like, I cannot live with myself. I can't let this go. And so I look around, I'm like, I don't think I would get in trouble because I'm doing their job for them essentially. Right. But I look around, no one's watching or whatever, because like, of course you guys know my stories, right? If anyone would get in trouble for helping an employee do their job, it would be me. Right. So I tucked the tie in and then I took this picture and now it looks nice. And as I was leaving the Kohls, I thought to myself, wouldn't it be funny if this was an experiment? Like an experiment to see, this would be really funny, right? Like if the employees were bored because there's nobody there, this is all plausible to me. Like, and this is how I would do it. Like, and so they're like, let's see how we're going to untuck this tie just enough to where it's going to grate on people's nerves, right? The tucked in bulge. And like, we're going to see how long it can stay like that before a customer fixes it. Wouldn't that be fucking fascinating? And so, and maybe they're like maybe they're watching on the cameras and like counting the people. I wonder if they watched me stand there on my way to the kiosk and stand there and look at it really annoyed and go to the kiosk and look back over at it really like, this is driving me crazy. And then come back over and like fix it and then take, you know what I mean? It's for sure. 100%. Yes. 100%. But I just thought it was really fucking funny. I battled that bulge hardcore. I battled it and I won. I emerged victorious from the battle of the bulge. I emerged victorious and I walked out of that store very satisfied with having battled the bulge. I'm sure that's a thing. And you know who would know is Dr. Bricado. I think there were dressing rooms nearby. Just saying. It's like, WTF, did I miss that? Missed a lot. Oh my God. So yes, the 7-inch war. You guys are awesome. So many bulges. So you guys are the best. Yes. So many bulges, so little time, indeed. So what we're going to do next is going to have a little bit of what we talked about last night, because we're going to have our next new segment. We need to continue on with this, what happened at the Kohls. I think this is riveting. So what do we have next? The Mysteries of Murdaugh Avenue. Okay, let me share my screen. I have this ready to go. Look at that. Look at how prepared. So do you guys remember from last night? Actually, first things first, hold on. The 911 call. Here's how brief recap of how did we get here. Because on this CAD report from Colleton County EMS, we were trying to figure out when did the first responders arrive at the house? When did she go to the hospital? We know she was airlifted. There's a lot of confusion so far among this, and we can't get a good solid answer yet. But we know she was life flighted out or whatever. And so how we got here was I was reading this, and it says care flight checking weather, and then this is 318 Moselle Road, landing zone 12. I'm still not sure if that's where they drove her in the ambulance and that's where the helicopter landed and met them there. I'm still not clear on that. I think we'll get more information on that as we get to the insurance stuff. But how we got here with the bulge is 318 Moselle Road. Okay, so I Googled that. Let me pull this back up. And 318 Moselle Road led us to, hopefully you can see my cursor. Hold on. Now you can. Now you can. Okay. That led us to over here because remember last night I was even like, oh, look, a swimming pool. So it was, and so that's what I thought. I was like, oh, look, it's like open. So let's just remember, I always fulfill my promises. I promised to find the songs about the flag, and I put them in the Discord because I didn't want to get any problems with like copyright strike. But I did put the Irish song in the Discord and then the flag version in the Discord. Okay. And so that was the first promise. The second promise I made was to figure out who owns this property. You guys remember? Remember we talked about who owns all this private property on Murdaugh Avenue? What's the deal? Okay. We're going to get some answers. So, but I was thinking, well, the helicopter, that would make sense if it landed over here, because maybe the reason they didn't land at Moselle is because of the trees, right? Potentially. And then we did a little street view of this and we looked at it and we said, yeah, this would be a nice place to land. And that's when we were on the street view. And then I was like, holy shit, let's do this actually real quick. Let's go back to this. So, well, actually, hold on first before we do that, because I want this to look the same. I did this on purpose. So you see this, and now let me go back to this other thing. I have lots of things pulled up. Fancy like. All right, here we go. You guys see, does this remind you of when we did the Redbeard deep dive, you guys? Does this remind you of that? Oh, because it's the same website. Look, with the parcel numbers, you guys remember? And I went back and forth from the map to the parcels. Memories. So here's the same exact area where I was like, oh, look, the swimming pool. Okay, well, here we go. So 16 acres. This potentially might be where the helicopter landed, right? Owner information, Murdaugh, Homer S. Life Estate, Sherry. Don't know. Couldn't figure out anything about that. Okay, let me go to the next part of this. Now here's the one, back to this one. All right, so now that was this. Now we're looking at this parcel right here where my, oh, sorry, hold on. Let me make sure. There we go. Can you see my mouse? Now we're looking, we just saw this one. Now we're looking at this one, okay? This parcel right here. Let me go back. Can you guys see how it's the similarities? I mean, there's the swimming pool. So check that out. That's owned by Barry Murdaugh. That's, what does that say? 16.5 acres owned by Barry Murdaugh. This is on Moselle Road. Who is Barry Murdaugh? Who? Have you guys seen The Sword and the Stone? Archimedes. Who? What? And then, what's his face? Merlin goes, who? Or sorry, no, it's still Archimedes. Archimedes, who? I'd like to know who. Anyway, so I tried to find out who Barry Murdaugh is. You guys are welcome to help me on that. I could not find anything, and I've never heard of him. His last name's Murdaugh. He has to be related. And I looked at the property records for this property we're about to look at, and he was the only one on there. I don't know. It's just, this is the mysteries continue, right? And yes, DSN says fifth wheel on the slab with the garage and doghouse and chicken coop mod. y'all, it's one of a fucking kind. And then it has this flag with this insane backstory, the most insane backstory literally of all time. It's worth almost reading again if you guys want me to pull that and find. That was a mind-boggling. We might have to do that again. Let's see. Okay, so let me go back to so that's here. Right, we're back to this. So now the way I discovered this Murdaugh Avenue was we were looking at this for the helicopter landing, trying to figure that out. And as per usual with these tangents, we're trying to solve one mystery and it leads to a myriad of others, right? So here's what we were doing. So we are here, we're on the street view. So there you can see. So this is as it loads. Okay, this property here where my mouse is circling is owned by a Barry Murdaugh. This is Moselle Road. It says State Road SC blah, blah. That's the other name for Moselle. This is Moselle. This is the property owned by Barry Murdaugh. Okay, now what? So we're going to go here. And there it is. This is how I was like, oh my God, Sorry, y'all, if it cut out. I don't know why I did that. And why, oh, why can I not? There we go. Okay, so now we're going to go over here. It's okay, guys. I'm here. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys. We're going to solve the mysteries. Okay, here we go. Don't worry. No worries. This is just the life of streaming, right? Yeah, you're all. I don't know what. I don't know why. It's like the internet signal is just. Oh, I'm watching it. That's interesting. I'm still here. Yes. Thank you, wifey. Wifey. Yes. Hold on. Let's do it. Let's do it. That's exactly fucking right, guys. This is the life. This is the life of streaming. But luckily for everyone, fuck yes. So, okay. We are definitely professionals. So look at this. I know I commented on this last night. I'm still just really impressed with the quality of how this has gone over. I know I said this last night, but like just the image quality has just gotten so much better. I remember when Google Maps first started, just like how I remember when YouTube first started. And I think Iowa, you were commenting on how you appreciated that. I think that was you. When YouTube, how the beginnings of YouTube and when you have a channel and what that was like. I'm glad you got to experience that as well. So we're going down Murdaugh Avenue. Bloop, 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 bloop. We're just going to take a look at this again because it's so glorious. But here's what we were doing is last night, and I was like, what is, as it loads, I was like, who owns all this, right? All this property, private property, right? Because there's signs posted that we'll see on Murdaugh Avenue, right off of Moselle Road. Who owns all this? That was my question from last night. One of them, one of many. So let me come back over to this. Let's see. Maybe we'll get some answers. So here we're going back to our property thing as promised, There it is. Bam. So, all right. What we're looking at here on the screen, where you see in the middle of the screen, there's a rectangle in orange. That is the RV chicken coop situation. The thing that's in teal is, let me go back to this because we're facing, it's a different perspective, but in teal is all this, where my cursor, with my mouse here, all this area as we're headed towards the private property. That is all this, because this is like a different direction. So it's, oh, oops, hold on. I didn't pause the video. Let me go back. Sorry, I forgot to pause. Here we go. Okay. So that is all this owned by the same Barry Murdaugh, And this is 15 acres. So Barry Murdaugh, the same Barry Murdaugh owns it. So all this property is owned by him. And now we're headed back down. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Kootenai Joe? Okay, we're almost to the RV. And don't worry, remember that other thing I promised you guys? I was like, I'm going to find out who owns it, because remember what I was saying? I was like, it's public property. I went too far. Isn't that a song? And I don't know why it keeps doing that. That's annoying. Okay, here we are, 307 Murdaugh Avenue. So now let me go back. So this is 307 Murdaugh Avenue. Let me go back to my other presentation here. So that's it right there. So owned by Michael DeLoach. So Michael DeLoach is the owner of this situation here that we have. And remember, part of it was we were like with the star, this flag. So the flag thing, so Black Widow, who will probably be here at some point, was asking about this blue flag. And my gut thought initially was it had probably something to do with the Confederacy. But then for her, I looked it up and looked up the whole history of it. I kind of want to read that again because it was incredible. It was incredible. So, so this flag right here, but actually let's just appreciate this one more time because this is amazing. So it's this RV under this carport. And then hold on, let me go forward a little bit. You guys. And then we have like a chicken coop. And we also have like a permanent wooden doghouse like they have at Moselle, which I have to go further in the other direction to see it. And then we have this shed. We explored this quite a bit last night because there's so much here. There's just so much here. Let me go forward a little bit this way. And now we can approach and see the doghouse. I have this all remembered from, there it is right here. Wooden doghouse, just like they had at Moselle. You guys, I just don't even have words. And then this slab, and they got this whole setup. And then if I go the other way, where did you come from? Where did you go? It kind of ties, because the song, it's like a Southern, I don't know, it sounds kind of like, again, Civil War-y to me. So it kind of ties together our Idaho jokes with our Murdaugh jokes, doesn't it? To sing it in this context. So here is like, I never figured out what this spool is for. Y'all's best guesses are more than welcome. Speculation here is warranted as to what this is about. And then there's a shed, and like, it's nice quality too, right? So this entire situation here. Okay, so now let me go back to this. Okay, so it's owned by this Michael Deloach. So then naturally I'm like, okay, well now we have to figure out who he is. Who is he? Well, luckily I was able to find him. I could not find Barry Murdaugh. But who is he? He is a recruiter at the South. This all makes sense with what we learned about the flag, right? This is all it has. This is it about him. But this has got to be, this makes sense. We have 9 connections, which is floors me, apparently. I don't even, I guess I have a LinkedIn. I don't know. And then South Carolina Army National Guard. There it is. There it is. So now let me go back. I made up a name for my channel, but when thinking about creating, I thought I wanted to. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Like as you guys know, for me, it was just always just, it is my name and that's what it is. We'll see you later, Iowa. Thank you for being here as always. I guess we could say IBC, like we have DSN, and then we have Triple R Wifey, and we can have IBC for Iowa Backyard Cam. Coolio. Okay, so now we're back here again, back where we started from. So let's enjoy this. Why? I don't know what that is for. I want this. Okay, here we go. Oh, did you see? It was like, you can pin this for quick access. It's like thinking I want to like regularly read this. Isn't that amazing? Thank you, Google. That's great. Okay. So I love, again, that I can use the scrolly thing on this mouse. Okay. So this is the flag of this here. Actually, I can get a better view on it. Yes. So I don't know why it's not. Okay, there we go. Yeah. This flag right here. All right. So I remember I had this last night as well. For anyone who missed it, this is just, I can either read this again or you can go back and watch it from the live last night. I do have it timestamped, but this was just such an unexpected, like, Let me know if you want me to read this again, or if you already watched it and you were like, that's okay. I'll leave it up while I wait to hear from you guys, but because I'll help, so that will help this tab. This is, they do try to clarify that it shouldn't be confused with the Confederacy. However, if you go in the Discord and you listen to the song that they used to the Irish tune, it definitely sounds, okay, I'll read it. It definitely sounds like it's Confederate related, like 100%. Okay, I'll read it. It's a good one. Talk about, we get lots of bulge. Okay. You've probably seen it. I'm do a dramatic reading. You've probably seen it on a few cars, a deep blue flag with one silver star. No, never seen it. Not until this RV, not until Michael Deloach or whatever. In today's day and age, you have to wonder, if it is some sort of white, in today's day and age, that's hilarious. We have to wonder if it's some sort of white nationalist nod to the Confederate flag, a B-team Confederate battle flag, perhaps? Not quite. It's the flag of the West Florida Republic from 1810. And then you're like, what is that? Okay. Most of us have to ask, what's West Florida? You guys, this is insane. Well, after all, and the way they're telling the story too is just great. Well, after what we call the French and Indian War, which Europeans call the 7 Years' War, Britain, or aka the 7-inch bulge, right? Britain got from France what Britain came to call British West Florida, which the U.S. Supreme Court called between the Iberville and the Perdido. It was a tract of land bound at the top by the 31st parallel, which ran east to west from the Perdido River down through our golf course and west to what they call the Iberville. And at this point, it's like you've already lost me, but that's okay. I'm going to keep reading. The Bayou Manchac Waterway near Lake Pontchartrain in Louisiana was first called, and I'm sure I'm butchering this, the River d'Iberville on a French map from 1702. But you won't see the name nowadays. So we have nowadays, and then we have in today's day and age. Iberville entered this waterway off the Mississippi in canoes on March 12th. I forgot about this. In March 24th, 1699, a lovely time of year. Like, what was that? It's like, is this guy trying to be funny? I really can't tell if he's trying to be funny. He might be trying to be funny, and I love it so much. Wifey is saying, so much bulge, they couldn't handle so many bulges on the flag, so they had to narrow it down to one bulge. Yes, that's exactly right. Oh my God, yes. Iberville entered this waterway off the Mississippi in canoes on March 24th, 1699, a lovely time of year, and in his journal called it, quote, one of the prettiest spots I've seen, fine level ground, beautiful woods, clear and bare canes. In 1780, Spain took Mobile, and as a part of the Treaty of Paris, ending our Revolutionary War, among other wars, Spain got West Florida and then became Spanish West Florida. By 1810, Spain was falling apart, I say. Napoleon didn't expect him to come into this, right? Of all things, Napoleon. Oh my God. Napoleon had conquered Spain and put his brother Philip on the throne as king. And Spain, and you know what's funny too, because we're talking about the bulge and like Napoleon, of course, we all know he had that. There's the Napoleon complex, so that's kind of funny too. And Spain was also broke. I love dude, the shade. Spain was also broke. No explanation, just Spain was also broke. I love this. Americans living in Spanish West Florida from Louisiana to Baldwin County decided to start a revolution. Say you want a revolution, and set up a new government that they called the Republic of West Florida with its capital in Louisiana. Hi, Candace. Glad you're here. Period. Documents show it to have been a well-designed government. They formed a small army and even captured Baton Rouge from the Spanish. Alabama played a major role in all this too. This is so good. This could be like, this sounds like you could do an entire movie or TV show based on this story. There's so much here. For one thing, the head of the small navy of the, in my mind, I'm like thinking small head just because of all the other things. The head of the small navy of the Republic was Joseph Collins, deputy surveyor of Mobile, who also owned a 1 mile square tract in what is now Magnolia Springs and was a captain of the Spanish militia unit called the Fish River Dragons. And again, my brain sees that and thinks it's dragons. Unfortunate that it's not. Its Creole descendants still live in that area. For another, a Baldwin and Mobile County Ivy League. Why does this even matter? Ivy League I'm dying laughing. The Ivy League educated lawyer so much detail on stuff you don't need, right? But not details on stuff that you do need. This is great. Ivy League educated lawyer named Joseph P. Kennedy headed up the Mobile Society and tried to capture Mobile. The mission ended in failure. When Kennedy sent his troops, not only the one-star flag, but also a barrel of whiskey. They got drunk and started shooting each other over about when the Spanish army showed up and whipped them, he says, sending Cyrus Sibley, leader founder of Montrose, off to prison in Morro Castle in Havana. There's so much happening in this story. This is why, and then this is why the flag of the West Florida Republic lies in St. Louis Cathedral. It successfully flew over Louisiana, but it does not fly in Mobile since it never successfully flew over Mobile. And it's like, oh, that's supposed to all make sense now, I guess. Like, yes. About then, the United States simply took West Florida on the highly technical theory that it was included in the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. It's like, you've lost me. I was lost from the beginning, but I don't care. The story is so good. So in that manner, the West Florida Revolution died. But its flag, sometimes called the Star of the West, people then thought anything west of Georgia was the West. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, sir, whoever wrote this, or if you, madam, whoever wrote it, lived on as Texas adopted it with a gold star instead of silver for the Republic of Texas. When Mississippi succeeded from the Union in 1861 to become a free republic, it adopted the flag of the Republic of West Florida. And now here's where Ireland enters the chat. Shout out to Black Widow. An Irish troubadour. As if it's like, what was the one thing missing from this story? Oh, yes, an Irish troubadour. Now we're complete. Check, check, check. Bingo card complete. We have it all. This story has it all. An Irish troubadour named Harry McCarthy was there. Oh, my God. And to the tune of the old Irish song, Irish Jaunting Car wrote the song, The Bonnie Blue Flag That Bears a Single Star, which made the flag famous. People sang that song in the Civil War, and some flew the flag. It became the sort of unofficial second-string Confederate flag, especially since the Confederate government kept changing its mind about just what its flag was. Perhaps today, some people are flying that flag or have the sticker on their bumper, thinking it is a more sophisticated, in parentheses, less redneck version of a Confederate flag, but that is wrong. That is the flag of the West Florida Republic. A brief and mostly forgotten stop in the foundation of our little part of the world. Here's the thing. Everyone who's watching this will never forget this flag. So David Bagwell, retired attorney and amateur historian, David Bagwell, no worries, sir, because this flag will be remembered, I think, now. Yes. So both of these songs, the Irish Jaunting Car and the Bonnie Blue Flag, can be enjoyed in the Discord. I think all of you guys are already there, but just in case for anybody on rewatch, they are in the Discord. You can listen to both of those songs, and then it all will make just as much sense as it already does. I Kitsmiths, I know. Do they mean Ivy League as in Harvard, Yale, etc., or as in Mobile County's own regional Ivy League? I know. Yes, I wonder. I know. There's so much here, right? What the hell's happening? Yeah, where the fit. So the Spanish militia unit was called the Fish River. What's Fish River? I want to know what Fish River is. Dragoons. There's people that are still there, and then Mobile County. Yeah, Mobile County. It really does sound like a local thing, Kit Smith, doesn't it? Amazing. We can look him up, though, shall we? Let's do this. Joseph P. Kennedy and the Mobile Society. We do it. We go hard. We go hard in the paint, as they say in sports ball. We go hard in the paint here. We don't leave any squirrel tangent or squirrel hole left unexplored. We explore all the holes. I don't think that's the right thing. Yeah, we need mobile. Oh my God, what is this? I don't know that that's the right thing. Okay, it's not understanding what I mean by mobile. I think this is part of the problem. Mobile. Let me just chuck Alabama in here. I remember there was a time when the word order mattered in searches, and I don't think it does anymore. Am I missing? Hold on. Was there another thing? Let's see. Joseph P. Maybe I need a middle initial. Maybe that's what's missing. No, that's not the right guy. Okay, hold on. Oh, this looks like it could be potentially helpful. Let's see what. Okay, 1790s. Do we have any years here? So this dude, though, is this okay? So here's the thing. This dude apparently is Ivy League educated, right? So that would make sense because look, here's 1803. I love that this guy goes off to prison at a castle. Off to prison in a castle. Okay, hold on. What? Just when you think you're going to get an answer, it's a boat? Oh, interesting. You guys, okay. There's so much happening right now. There's so much happening. This is worded, right? Like he goes to prison in Moral Castle, is it not? Off to prison in Moral Castle in Havana. Let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, Black Widow is here, yay. So it's okay. Black Widow, what's happening is we just reread the story about the Bonnie Blue flag. Thank you for this. We can all thank Black Widow for this, all of this that's happening right now. There's so much amazing things happening. There's a lot of bulges. There's a lot of amazing jokes. So we're going over this, right? As you can see here, we have the Irish jaunting car. Hopefully this will reorient you as to what's happening. So we're just, there's a lot. So I was like, what's going on? So we have this, Kitsmits was asking about this Joseph P. Kennedy, who's Mobile County Ivy League educated. And he founded this mobile society. So I'm trying to find him, but then I was like distracted because I was like, someone goes to prison in a castle? How is that fair, right? So just when you think you're going to get something, you get a boat. What? A boat named Castle? And, we're only here because of Murdaugh Avenue. Let us not forget. We have Murdaugh Avenue to thank for this. So the way it was worded, it's like he goes to prison there. But look, this says it was an ocean liner that caught fire and ran aground en route from Havana, Cuba to New York City. Okay, so who was it that was sent to prison here? Cyrus Sibley. We go hard in the paint. Oh. He was arrested. Y'all. Look, because Alabama. You never know what you're going to find on the internet, right? He was a spy. Holy fucking shit. I don't even. There he is. He lived to be 83. This is the dude. Okay. This is Cyrus. This is Cyrus Sibley. This is the dude who was involved in this situation. Remember, let us not forget. The mission ended in failure when Kennedy sent his troops not only the one-starred flag, but also a barrel of whiskey. They got drunk and started shooting each other about when the Spanish army showed up and whipped them. That's a whole other thing. Sending Cyrus Sibley, later founder of Montrose, off to prison in Moral Castle in Havana. So ostensibly, this Cyrus Sibley dude, out of this situation where they started shooting each other, got drunk and shot each other, he went to prison on a boat or something. And I don't think he died when the ship ran aground because it looks like he lived to be 83. Unless he was just old when he got in this drunken shooting match. Can you be hold on. Can you be 83 and be involved in a drunken shooting match? Essentially, it sounds kind of like a bar fight back in the day, but over Spanish whipping things. Spanish whipping. So the Spanish were whipping, and okay, but that's what I'm wondering. So he was a spy. He was arrested as a spy. I guess he was released because right. Oh, there it goes. Keep reading, Chelsea. When he was released, he settled at Blakely, Alabama. Okay. His brother's name was Origin. That's interesting. Okay, so then we're still trying to figure out about this Ivy League school. So this has got to be the guy. All right, so Joshua Kennedy, still Spanish territory. Remember, Spanish West Florida, right? Isn't that what it was called initially? This all makes sense. This is the right guy. This is the right guy. Okay, since we might have some answers here about this school. So this is the right guy. Okay. Joshua secured Spanish land grants and increased his holding by buying the lands of some people. A tract about 1 mile. This is exactly what we heard in the story. Yep. Wow. Okay. He built the first sawmill in Alabama, apparently. I want to hear more about this fight, though. They're not going to go into that? They're leaving that out of... Oh my God, they use the word Indians. Are you guys seeing this? Holy shit. Okay. Shortly after the attack on Fort Mims, the troops at Kennedy's Mills and all of the surrounding community fled to Mobile to avoid violence. Kennedy's Mills, gin, and home were subsequently burned by the Indians. I cannot believe it says that. And he sought reparations from the United States government. Wow. So he sounds like he might have been somewhat racist, perhaps. Although the government was willing to pay a lower sum than sought for the mill, no compensation was offered for the home. He should have had homeowners insurance. Bam, tied it right on back to the Gloria Satterfield. Homeowners insurance would have protected him in this, wouldn't it? And a large amount of lost cotton. Of course, there was cotton. Of course, there had to be cotton. There had to be. This is the old South, people. His heirs continued seeking additional compensation for many years. Wow. Kennedy rebuilt. So he does not sound like a great dude. He rebuilt the mill, and by 1818, lumber was again being produced. The mill's burned again because it's full of lumber and cotton, for one thing. And did he still not have homeowners insurance? This time accidentally, and was subsequently rebuilt. They don't know how long it operated after that. Okay. Wow. This was a good jaunt into the bowels of history, as it were. The duels were covered back. Good point, Kit Smits. Yes. And I don't know, but this was written in 2008. So I don't know. I feel like by 2008. Yes, Lifey. One fine day in the middle of the night, two dead boys got up to fight. Back to back, they faced each other, drew their swords, and shot each other. This is the mega tangent. This is the most mega tangent. Oh, I don't know about this story, Wifey, the haunting in Connecticut. I don't know. I mean, anything's possible at this point. Okay, I'll go up, Kit Smits. Where I saw it was here. We have a quote here about the tract of land, the machinery, etc., etc. Finished the fort at Mobile Point, Alabama. So yes, Black Witter chiming in. This channel has everything. I can't disagree with that. And you missed our very opening with what happened at the Kohls. That's a don't miss. That's okay, Kitsmits. There's a lot going on. And there are other quotes, so I don't. And also, your brain might have auto corrected it. I'm sure mine does things like that anyway, where it auto corrects for stuff like that, where I'm like, that should be in quotes so that they don't look as bad, or you know what I mean, like save them from being portrayed as, the racist tone that they might have. Anyway, but yes, so we started out with what happened at the Kohls, and now we're on the Mysteries of Murdaugh Avenue. Boy, this is just, it does have everything, and it's this Bonnie Blue Flag. So we read all this. We got Cyrus Sibley. It's just, and the way we got to the Battle of the Bulge is because when I Googled the address where they landed that helicopter, that was fucking hilarious. It was like, people also ask, oh, there it is. There it is. You guys, there it is about the oh my God. Wow. I don't know that I want to read about slave stuff because that's just fucking depressing. Oh my God. I don't know that I want to go there. Ugh. Yeah. Ugh. That's not something I want to read about. Ugh. But it is interesting that the same dude who apparently owned slaves also sought reparations from the government for himself. So, yep, there we go. Okay. It is impressive that Cyrus, what's his face, Sibley, lived to be 83. I will say, like, he was a spy. He was arrested. He was on that boat at some point, apparently. He was in a drunken bar fight, shooting match over the Spanish whipping things. And yet he died when he was 83. So that dude had a lot of good stories, I think, probably. Right? You would want to hear, he would be someone you'd want to sit down, maybe not sit down and at a bar with, just in case, for safety's sake. They crossed the Moselle River in the Battle of the Bulge. Is that true? That sounds like that could be actually something. Oh my God, Black Widow. You're right. I forgot about that bulge. I completely forgot about that. You guys, she's right. I did say this last night. There's too many bulges and too little time right now. That's what's happening. Too many bulges and too little time, because there's a lot of bulges. I forgot about this bulge. She's right. This was the original bulge right here. Yep, Black Widow. You're right. That's the bulge. I forgot about that bulge. We have this bulge, we have Battle of the Bulge, and then we have the bulge. We have the bulge from the tie at the beginning of I'll pull up the picture again real quick here from what happened at the Kohls. This tie had a bulge in it, Black Widow. There's a whole story that you can watch from the beginning if you go back, but this is what happened at the Kohls is about the tie had a bulge, basically, and there's a whole story. So there was that bulge as well. There's just so many bulges. I love it. It's great. It's great. It is peeking around the tree. You're so right. It's peeking around the tree. The tree. It's like sneaking. Oh my God. It's peeking around the tree. I can barely breathe. Here's all the chicken coops and shit, by the way, and you can get a good view of the doghouse. Because in some places, you may not have a permanent home for yourself, but daggum if your dogs aren't going to have one, right? You can't see me. Right? That's the logic behind it, for sure. For sure. It's laughing at the tree. You can't. There's no stopping this bulge. Like, you guys remember the little engine that could? It's like the little bulge that could. It's so good. Okay. My face hurts from laughing. So we have all that. So now what is happening? I don't even know. So what is happening now is, what is this video? Oh, that's the intro video. Okay. What is happening now is I think we're on to Alex's Nautilus interview. Let me pull up my Word document. Okay, yes. Okay, I'm reorienting myself. Okay, let me get myself prepared. So we need, why does it always do that? Okay, we need this. And, okay, thinking in my brain. Okay, so it is time. Okay, here's what is happening. I don't know which visual, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. So what we have to do next is listen to Alex's interview about what happened to Gloria. So let me go back to my document here. We have the 911 call, and I said it only took me about 10 million hours, but I did finally, at the end of the live stream last night, successfully change the font size. So that is good news. This is where we're at now, is Alex's statement. So now we're going to do the same thing. Let me see if I can get the formatting the same. Oh no, you guys are like, no, not again. I didn't have too much trouble with this part. Honestly, that's what was so funny, was I had a harder time changing the font size than I did getting the formatting with the squares that I want. There we go. Look, yay. Okay, consistency. There's so many inconsistencies with Murdaugh that there needs to at least be some consistencies in the documents. Am I right? So, for the formatting. So, okay, we're going to do this the same way as we did the 911 call. By the way, I did ask Spacey. I think he's going to try to work on that 911 call, you guys, and clean up that audio. I know, Blackwater, I feel the same way. I 100% feel the same way. I feel the same way. Y'all, those of you who were here from the beginning with the Kohl story, I know it is. There's a bulge on the I love it so much. It is great. It is so great. You guys are the best. We have so much fun here. I know. How are we supposed to be serious? It is a good question. It's a valid question. So, I have an idea that might help us bridge this into a transition. Let me do this real quick.
And Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go and
bridging the humor and the laughter.
Do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and just marking his territory.
Here.
And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do. When Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs. And they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it.
Bubba with the prancing.
He wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead. And that chicken wasn't dead. It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show.
You got it. It's been too long, guys. Not unusual to steal from anyone. Not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. Not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
I don't know about you guys, but I dance all around my room, my violin room, which is where I'm in when that plays. I just dance all around. He was proud. Oh my God, you guys. Watching the trial with you guys was the absolute best. But Bubba didn't kill no chickens. It was about the chase. And you know, Bubba didn't worry if you cared. He was prancing. I'm dying. And I referenced this last night, but there was the joke from that one where it was like, there's just this, Alex asked some stupid question. I can't remember if it's on Director Cross, and it's like, he's referring to someone making a phone call, and it's like, who made the phone? And it's like, no, but it's like the only other possible answer was like the chicken. I can't fucking remember the context. Maybe DSN does, but man, oh my God, just y'all. Oh my God, wifey. I'm gonna leave that up for a second.
Me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but you know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open. All you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up.
That's it.
Bubba.
Simple. Makes sense, right? He's like, makes sense, right? Oh, innocent. You got it. Get him off the stand. but you know, usually it's like, take him away, boys. And so it's like, get him off the stand, boys. I don't know. Alex the canine's like, I know. So, okay. So here's what's the next thing is we're going to listen because this fool can't stop talking, can't stop, won't stop, can't stop the Alec. All right. We're going to listen to, so here's what this is. This is an interview on March 29th, 2018. Remember, Gloria fell on February 2nd, 2018. So at this point, Alex is meeting with an because of course, right? Is it an investigator? Is it a detective? No, none of that happened. There was nothing. The only anything akin to any type of investigation into this death, there was nothing in terms of law enforcement. It was the insurance adjuster, this fellow from Nautilus. Nautilus was the insurance agency. That's how this death was investigated. Nautilus insurance adjuster comes to the house at Moselle and asks Alex what happened. And also asks Paul and Maggie because they were still alive at the time. Y'all are hilarious. I mean, he does well with the dogs. He's obviously not guilty. I know. So this is this interview from March 29th, 2018 for the insurance adjuster. So we get to listen to it, and then we're going to get to also read the document from the insurance adjuster. So here is what Alex says happened. Now, there's a lot in here, and we're going to go, that's why we're going to go back and forth with this Word document. But get your calculator brains ready for some of this too, because there might be a little bit of math involved. Nothing crazy. All right, let's go.
My name is Bryant McGowan. I'm in Moselle, South Carolina. Today is Thursday, March 29th. Time's approximately 11:15 a.m. I'm meeting with Alexander Murdaugh. Mr. Murdaugh, you understand I'm recording this statement?
Yes, sir.
And I'm doing so with your permission?
Yes, sir.
Can I have your full name, please?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And do you go by Alexander?
I go by Alec.
Okay. And that's
because of course, right? You go by, and then I think the dude asked him, he goes, and that's short for Alexander, right? No, it's absolutely not. Alex is short for Alexander.
short for Alexander, obviously.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you understood.
Nope.
I already asked you that. What's your home address?
It is 515 Holly Street, Extension, Hampton, South Carolina.
All right, that's the house, y'all, that burned down in that fire that was started by diesel. And so I guess at this time, I think this was before, I know I looked it up last night. Let me look it up one more time. I'm trying to remember where that Holly Street fire happened in conjunction. Give me one sec. So July 2009. Oh, wow. Sorry. 2009. Okay. So I guess what happened at this juncture was, so the fire, God, yeah, right now I remember, because it was around the same time that he started stealing from everybody, was when their house mysteriously caught fire. It was never investigated, and he got a huge insurance payout. So what happened was they got this huge insurance payout, and then they were fixing it and doing the renovations or whatever, and then eventually they sold it. So at the time of this interview, they still lived there primarily, and we heard about this in the trial, right? That, you know, they eventually moved. They sold the house in Holly Street, right? And then they kind of moved permanently to Moselle, except for Maggie in the summers. So how do you usually hear diesel? How else can one say it? Diesel. Oh, diesel. Like weasel. A diesel weasel. A diesel weasel. Alexander. Yes. So that house, diesel weasel or diesel weasel.
29924.
Is that your primary residence address?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
Since January of 2000, so 18 years. Well, 17 years and some.
Alec,
Appreciate his being accurate.
you and I have been meeting to talk about an occurrence that happened here at the property involving a Gloria Satterfield back on February 2nd of this year, which was a Friday. And you recall the incident I'm referring to?
Yes, sir.
All right. I wanted to ask you.
Before we get into that, Black Widow says she's going to get snacks to focus on not laughing. Good idea.
Some questions about. Why don't you just go ahead and start off by filling me in?
Yeah, here we go. Go ahead. Tell us what happened. Fucking hell. Oh, Super Planner Girl's back. Hi, Super Planner Girl. What happened to the video? Did I mute it? Oh my God, did I mute it? What happened? Hold on. I don't know what happened to the sound.
This year, which was a Friday. And you recall the incident I'm referring to?
Yes, sir.
All right. I wanted to ask you some questions about. Why don't you just go ahead and start off by filling me in as to how your day unfolded that day?
I went to work that morning and I received a phone call from my wife that.
All right. Stopping it right there. First off, already, I've got things. So do you guys remember? Let me pull this back up. Okay. Do you guys remember what they said in the trial? I'd rather y'all remember instead of me say it. So that's the teacher in me. Do you guys remember in trial what did everybody testify to as to when he would come to work? Do you guys remember? Do you remember? But we're going to say what he says. But I think he gets into more detail too. But so I think he gets more specific. But right now he's just said in the morning. But do you guys remember what was said about his schedule at trial? Yeah, exactly. Whenever he wanted. Do you guys remember anything else about when? Yes, he did. That's all true. But if you remember from, what was her name? I think her name was Annette Griswold, the lady who was like a helper to Jeannie Seckinger. She was like one of the other ladies that testified. She was actually like his paralegal or whatever. She said that he would come in like a tornado, right? Or like a Tasmanian devil at like 5 o'clock right before close. And then he would work all through the evening and make them stay late, essentially. If did you guys remember, does that ring a bell to y'all? Like that he never came in the morning. she said he kept his own hours, and then they said, and actually several people said, they said he liked to come in late, like after hours or whatever, and work. Basically he would come in when everyone else was leaving. Does that ring a bell to you guys? If it doesn't, I can try to pull up the testimony because it's really important to me to make sure I am accurate. But that's what I recall. I don't remember. Let me think what day of trial that was. I can probably try. Okay, Super Planner Girl remembers. I don't want everything to blow up. I have so many things going with we're getting fancy over here with the live streams, and I don't want anything to blow up trying to find it, but I could if we need to. So let's see what else this fucker says. Well, I appreciate that, Kit Smits. I do recall. Here's the thing I remember about it, because I remember thinking at the time, but beyond any significance in terms of the timeline of the murders or any significance with this, my thought was, wow, what a dick. That was my thought because of the way she described it, as in when everyone else was, when they were going to leave, right? They'd already been at work. They're going to leave, and then he would show up, and then they had to stay. And my reaction just initially was, wow, what a dick. So that's kind of part of how I remember that. That
Gloria was injured, seriously in work that morning, and I received a phone call from my wife that Gloria was injured, seriously injured, and asking me if I could come home. I immediately left.
Okay. Gloria is seriously injured, goes to work in the morning. Maggie calls and says Gloria is seriously injured. And then what did he say? Did he say, and then he left to come home, right? Is that what he says? I think basically, I'm sure I'll rewind it a smidgen. Leaves to come home. And again, he'll give us some more details here as well in a sec.
And asking me if I could come home. I immediately left and headed to Moselle. It's about a 12 to 13 minute ride under normal circumstances, and I appreciated the fact that this was a serious injury, so I would estimate that I made it in probably 10 minutes or so.
Okay, so here's a map. So this is all the ways you can get from the house to Moselle, or vice versa, right, to the old PMPED office. Shout out to the pimps. The way that's highlighted is the way that he went, as we know. And then, of course, there's some other options, but this says 18 minutes. Now, initially, I was like, and I think that's probably the case as well. But let's listen again to what he says carefully, because we're going to do some math here in a second.
Appreciated the fact that this was a serious.
Didn't go back far enough. Hold on. Okay.
13 minute ride under normal circumstances, headed to Moselle. It's about a 12 to 13 minute ride under normal circumstances, and I appreciated the fact that this
under normal circumstances, it's a 12 to 13 minute ride.
This was a serious injury, so I would estimate that I made it in probably 10 minutes or so.
So he's saying in the normal circumstances, 12 to 13 minutes. So initially I included this map, and then I was like, that's not good enough. We can do better than that, can't we? Yes, we can. So you might be wondering how. Bam. Hold on. There we go. Okay. My timing was off on that. Sorry, guys. I said bam too early. It was supposed to be dramatic. Let's see on a normal day when he's driving to and from work, how long it fucking took him. Because you could say, it would be reasonable to say, well, Google Maps is not like, okay, let me just give you an example. Well, Google Maps says it's going to take for somebody to drive somewhere Sometimes it might take me way longer, right? If I'm just like scrolling, or like if I'm driving, like and I'm in like squirrel mode, like yeah, like I'm probably going to shave a couple minutes off of it. It just depends. So, but I think a good indication would be he has 2 trips to and from, right? So we can look and see how, so this is like his actual normal pattern, normal circumstances going to work. Okay, so let's take a look. This is where we might need some help with the math, people. So he leaves, this is, oh God, I went too far. Okay, here we go. So my cursor should show y'all. Here we go. Mathers, get your mathing hats on. 12:06:47 p.m. He leaves 4147 Moselle Road to go to work. Again, showing a habit of, he actually went to work early that day because he leaves at like 6 o'clock, right? And remember, he tells them he leaves at 5. But this was early for him, and that was noon. So 12:06:47 p.m. And then let's see. Oh, you know what's so funny, guys? I just saw my phone light up and I was like, what the heck? You remember when we covered all the Kohlberger documents? Was that last night? No, 2 nights ago. Yes. Remember? And we got to the part about the alibi. And you remember what I said? I was like, I don't think anybody's covered this yet. And that, anyway, it's funny. I've gotten several notifications and I just got another one. Like, I remember earlier today, I saw a notification, Court TV's finally talking about it. And then I got a notification, lawyer, you know, and it's like, that's why I brought it up, because we covered their day is late, yo. We already know. We already know about this filing, but they're all like, oh, the new filing about the alibi. And like, we're already way ahead of the game on that, right? So I'm going to try to keep up. I've already refreshed the Idaho docket page like 20,000 times today to see if there's any new filings, because I think it's going to be really fun to try to stay on top of those if I can. So 12:06:47 p.m. Sorry for the math people who were like, wait, what's the rest of the math? Okay, we're getting there. We need to see when he arrives. It was 12:06:47, I think is what I said. Okay, he arrives at 12:21:37. Math people, do your thing. 12:06. What is it? Somewhere close to 15 minutes? No. So it was 12:06:47. It's 10 seconds short of 15 minutes, right? 14 minutes and 50 seconds-ish. Okay, so now let's look at how long it takes him on the way, on the way back. Isn't that song called The Way? I don't remember who does that song. Oh, what is that? Is that called The Way? You know, my brain is all in song mode. Aha. Okay. 6:24, next math part. 6:24:18, he leaves pimped right here. Bam. 6:24:18. Okay. 6:24:18. 6:24:18. Do 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 do. 6:24:18. And he arrives at 6:42:54. So why is my brain having a harder time on the math on that one? 6:24. Wait. Yeah, that takes, okay. Yeah, I was like 18, 19. Okay. Yeah, 18, 19 minutes, something. Yeah, give or take. Yeah. So much longer, right? Now it could be because of like traffic or whatever, rush hour traffic. Maybe that would kind of make sense because noon. But we're talking about when this would have happened would have been, so Maggie calls 911 at 9:24. So I mean, we could split the difference, right? If we say 19 minutes and what was the other one? 14 minutes, something. If we split the difference, something like that, what do we get? Like 16? Wait, 17? $16 and a half minutes, maybe, if you do the mean, you know what I mean? Yeah, rush hour traffic. Yeah, so Kitsmits agrees. So I think it probably would be closer. Morning rush hour traffic would be probably closer to this. If we were generous, we could say, and this is actually gonna matter big time. Okay, this is gonna matter. Besides just the fact that he might be lying or getting the times wrong, as he tends to do, this is gonna matter. Let me just double check. I've got this right here. Don't worry. Yep, 9:24:42. And I believe we're going to see this in the documents coming up, but I believe she calls Alex before she calls 911. I believe, but we'll see. But so Kitsmits is all confused. It's okay. So basically, the reason I'm looking at the murder timeline is just to see how long it usually takes him to drive back and forth between PMPED and Moselle. That's why. Because he's saying to the insurance adjuster, it normally takes 10 to 12 minutes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is what she says happened. I'm sure I think Maggie says that's what happened, that she calls him first. Because he says it normally takes him 10 to 12 minutes, right? And then he says, but he appreciated that it was a severe injury, so he made it in 10. So then remember, what did I do? So I went to this. I said, okay, he made it in 10 minutes, blah, blah, blue lights. But I was more interested in the normally it takes 10 to 12 minutes part, right? So that's when I looked up how long does it take? And that's when I had the idea, wait a second, we can see how long it actually took him on a regular day with his driving habits by looking at the timeline on the murders because they timed that out. Does that make sense? So let's listen again to what he says. And we're going to go, and yeah. So now you guys hopefully can see
that this was a serious injury, so, and headed to Moselle. It's about a 12 to 13 minute ride under normal circumstances, and I appreciated the fact that this was a serious injury, so I would estimate that I made it in probably 10 minutes or so.
Okay, so you made it to 10 minutes or so. And there's the map. And so then again, let me go back to, So looking at this, remember, it was what, 19-ish minutes or so during rush hour for him to do that normal drive to and from Moselle and PMPED. So that's why, does that make sense as to why I was using this as an example? Because again, Google Maps is helpful, but again, everyone has their own driving patterns. And that's why I was like, hey, hang on, we've got that here. Because the OnStar data. So while it took him, what was it, 14 to 15 minutes or something like that on the way there, but he rolled in at noon. So, okay, good. I'm glad this is making sense for you guys. So I think 18 to 19 minutes is reasonable for, so that's why I think it's interesting that the question would be, is he just wrong on his times? If I've got my times right, or is he trying to exaggerate? That's not the right word. I mean, it just reminds me so much of when here he is with an insurance agent. The insurance agent isn't going to double check this stuff, right? But if you know you've done something wrong, your mindset might be akin to that as like when you're being interviewed by SLED or when you're on cross-examination and you're trying to make it seem plausible you could have gotten somewhere by a certain time. Because we're going to see why this is relevant here in just a second. It's going to be really relevant. So, yes, he was. Yes, because he says he's coming home from work. Yes, they always took that I know there's a couple different ways, but he only went that one way because they talk about that a lot during the trial. That's the road that they took to go everywhere. So he would have been. He says he goes to work in the morning, right? And then he says, I'm going to make sure I'm careful. He says he goes to work in that morning, which already is a bit weird because he doesn't usually go in the morning, right? And then he says he makes it back from work to the house in 10 minutes. We're going to see why this matters. Don't you worry, people. I mean, not that you're worried. I don't know. I'm just saying but let's keep this in our minds that if he was actually driving this route, if he was driving home from work around the time when he says he is, a good estimate for a normal time would have been 18 to 19 minutes. And therefore, if you are putting your blue lights on and you're speeding, again, using his own words, he says it normally takes 12 to 13, but he thinks he gets there in 10. If we even give him the benefit of the doubt and say shave 3 minutes off of it, give him the benefit, do what Creighton did with the timeline, right? Give him the benefit of the doubt, shave 3 minutes because he says 12 to 13. He thinks he got there in 10. Well, let's go with 13, shave 3 minutes off of it. 19 minus 3 minutes is 16. Okay. So we could work with that as like best case scenario for him with what he's saying. Okay, so let's keep going with the interview.
Upon arriving, found Gloria, my wife, my son Paul, and my employee Ronnie Freeman on we call it a patio for lack of a better term, landing area at the bottom of the steps. Gloria was there.
Okay, do you guys remember who Ronnie Freeman is from the trial? His name didn't come up much, but you might recognize him from my favorite, Roger Dale Davis Jr., the dog caretaker. We do hear about Ronnie Freeman from him. Maybe somebody else, but definitely from him briefly because he can't remember his last name in the trial. So I'm just going to, while you guys are thinking about Ronnie Freeman, I'm going to type here. So he comes home to find Mags, Pawpaw, Gloria, and Ronnie all at the landing of the stairs. I know what he means, like the bottom of the stairs, right? Essentially is what it sounds like. Unless he means the top. I'll back it up again, make sure I understand what he means. Landing area for fall victim is a great point, DSN. Yeah. So Ronnie Freeman was the caretaker before Dale Davis Jr. So, and I've watched that testimony so many times because I think he's one of the most important witnesses in the trial. But no, that was CJ Rowe. CB Rowe, sorry, CB Rowe. That was CB Rowe. Yeah, Ronnie Freeman was so Ronnie Freeman did what Dale Davis Jr. does. Like he used to do that job. So the dog kennels. So those guys, so whoever did the dogs, from my understanding and Dale Davis Jr. I don't know why it's doing this. Roger Dale Davis Jr. Sorry if it cut. I don't know why it's doing that. It looks like the signal's just going in, being stupid. So Roger Dale Davis Jr. started working at Moselle started working for the Murdaughs after Ronnie Freeman left. So this was in 2019. I went back and listened to the testimony. So he says the trial's in 2023. He says he's been working there for about 4 years. So that will put it at 2019. And later on direct, the dude asks him like, who worked there before you or whatever. And he says Ronnie, and he can't remember his last name. And then they suggest, they're like, Freeman. He's like, yeah, Freeman, Ronnie Freeman. So Ronnie Freeman had that job up to 2019, it sounds like. And then that's when Roger Dale Davis Jr. Started doing that job. I know the trial did have it all for sure. So, okay.
Up.
I need to rewind it to the part about the landing pad.
Big.
I keep not going back.
Bottom of the steps. Gloria was there, sitting up.
Okay. She was sitting up, and then he says, big pool of blood. She was sitting up. That's important, guys. That's important. The landing, I'm going to change this to bottom of the stairs. Gloria was sitting up. There's a big pool of blood. All right, let's keep going.
Big pool of blood, a lot of blood on the side of her face. And shortly after I arrived here, EMS arrived and tended.
Okay. Did you guys catch that? I'm going to rewind it again. That's important. That's why the timeline matters.
Shortly after I arrived here, EMS arrived and tended to her.
Did you guys catch it? I'm going to do it one more time.
Shortly after I arrived here, EMS arrived and tended to her.
He beats the ambulance there. Yes, Kit Smiths. Yes, you heard it right. Are you guys starting to worry at all? So last night, DSN was trying to help me out and figure out exactly when the first responders arrived. And it might still show up in some of these later documents, but it's not on the CAD report. And that's how we ended up on that whole tangent last night, is we were looking for that on the CAD report and it's not on there. And so we don't, at this juncture, because we're going through the documents chronologically, we don't have a definitive answer. So what did I do? I did what I usually do, which is I did the best I could. So let me go back over to, okay, well, actually, sorry, I need to go back to this. I have to show you guys the CAD report one more time so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so at the CAD report here, you guys, so what I needed to do was I was like, okay, all right, I have to figure out what EMS they came from and how long maybe it would have taken them, right? So I saw here, and I'm like trying to make heads or tails of this weird formatting, and this is Culloden County, E, and then of course it's MS, right? But then I saw the location, and then I'm like, what is all this? And it says EMS, and then it says Bells, Cross Swamp. So I was like, okay, I guess Bells, Cross Swamp. So then let me pull up the other thing on this Majigger. Okay. So then, is this, okay. So then I searched for the Colleton County EMSs and I found one. Stop doing that. I hate it when it does the side panel. Here, this is the one that well, maybe I do need the side panel. It said this came up as okay. Let me just start over. Okay, let me just start over. Hold on, because I want to make sure I've got the right thing. As I always Google Maps, and as I've told you guys, this is how I do. This is how I roll, scroll style. So let me just show you what I did. I'm going to do it from scratch for y'all. So Colleton County. Searching. Okay, so then I went and I was like, doop, 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 doop. And then I saw this has got to be it because it says Bells. Now, there's others that are closer to the house, but so I don't know. I don't know why. Directions. So this is what I was trying to do before. I need the directions from, it should have it memorized that the only thing I ever look up has to do with Moselle Road. It should just know this by now, right? I mean, reverse, but not that it matters, but yes, we need the directions. Okay, so this is what I had. Now here's the other thing. Are we gonna show from this? Okay. So here's the other. The other thing is this. So there's actually a fire rescue station really close to the house. So I don't know anything about how they do their job, but like, I guess there's some reason they didn't send somebody from the close place. So let me show you guys. There's the house. It's somewhere right in here, actually. Maybe I need to zoom in more. It's why are you not popping up? I know, or it was close to Murdaugh Avenue. Where the heck is it? Hold on. Ah, okay. Maybe it's not as close as I thought, but there's one right here. Why did it go away? Okay, here. What is this? Where are you? I don't understand why I click on this and this pops up. I just don't understand it. Okay. So this is a different one, correct? Okay, that's station. Okay. This is station 18 is the one that came, and the one that's closer is station 15. I think it's closer anyway. It looks closer. So, okay. Anyway, there are a lot of EMS stations, as we saw when I did the search on Google Maps. So, but here's what I wanted to look at. So the fastest route is 17 minutes. Now, again, this is Google times. So I don't know. How fast do you think an ambulance, if they're doing the ambulance thing, because again, we don't yet have we don't yet have information as to when they arrived, and hopefully we get it. And we know that there was a thing that said 9:41, but it was not on the CAD report. So now, if you go with 17 minutes, now here's where the 9:41 a.m. might have come from. That DSN was saying that it was on Fitz News. Here's where that may have come from. Because again, it's not on the CAD report, but the CAD report. Let me go back over here. I went through all this in my brain. So the CAD report says, if she called at 9:24:42. If you add 17 to 9:24, what do you get? 24, 34, you get 9:41. So I think potentially, right. So, okay. Okay, so I haven't been looking at the chat because I've been doing all this. So she does, when she's getting off the phone, I believe you're right, Kit Smith. I think you might be right. We'll double check that, but that's a good point. Thank you for mentioning that. We'll double check that. Thank you. We'll double check that. How far away is the closest hospital they had to send a name? So I don't know that the closest hospital was even what mattered, because if we look at this CAD report, they needed her to get to they needed certain people to have her, like a certain care team or whatever that could handle it for this type of emergency, it looks like. And like, as you can see, like, yeah, they need this M18 advanced care, unable to get A1. I don't know if that, unable to get A1 unit. Anyone that wants to Google any of this stuff on the CAD report, please feel free if you want to, because I don't know what any of this means, but it could be, like, from looking at this, maybe there was one unit that was closer that wasn't available that could have handled it. And maybe that's part of what happened. So thank you for mentioning that about Maggie. Let's go to the end of this call and see what happens.
Okay.
All right, but I think they're coming. Hang on 1 minute. Let me check. They're coming from somewhere on Belt Highway in Ruffin, okay? After this
Bell's Highway. That's it. Bell's Highway in Ruffin. That's where the one. That's the EMS place I found.
station is.
Thank you.
All right, but like I said, if something changes, call me back.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So actually not. What you said, Kit Smits, they don't. Let me go back for a little bit further just to make sure we didn't miss anything. But because Paul actually is like, man, when are they going to get here? Let's see. Oh gosh, no, I'm not that. Hold on. Okay.
Like
That was got on a black sweater, a hat, and pants.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
All right.
If something changes with her, if she loses consciousness or anything like that, I need one of you guys to call me back right away, okay?
Okay, well, how long is it going to take? Because this take us...
That I don't know. I've had them on the way since Maggie first called me. They were toned right away.
Okay.
All right, but I think they're coming. Hang on 1 minute. Let me check. They're coming from somewhere on Belt Highway in Ruffin, okay? After their station is.
Thank you.
All right, but like I said, if something changes, call me back.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So that's exactly right, DSN. So isn't it interesting, though? That's what I was thinking. And isn't it interesting that if you just do Google, 17 minutes is the quickest way? So because it's not in the CAD report, I wonder if any reporting agency, whatever, that gave that time did what I did, which is not in the CAD report. Let's figure out which station it is. Okay, it's this station. And then let's see what Google says. And maybe 17 minutes was, again, this would be the max time because obviously it would have been quicker, right? This is what Google says, driving the speed limit, whatever. So I think it's a bit fun. It's a bit interesting, right? That it's 17 minutes, right? So I wonder if that's how they got that number, because I did the same exact thing. And it dawned on me when I did, 17 minutes. If I go with that as in the max amount of time and I add that to 924, I get 941. And I was like, oh, that's exactly what I remember from last night. So, but I mean, you can shave time on, like if Alex shaves, okay, let's do this. Let's be fair. We gave him the benefit of the doubt by shaving 3 minutes. He's based on what he said, right? He shaved 3 minutes off of his time, according to him, with blue lights. So let's shave 3 minutes. Again, that's worst case scenario because they would probably be going faster as an ambulance, right? But if we shave 3 minutes off, that's 14 minutes. Here's the problem. That's the worst case scenario. I think it's likely they made it quicker. Here's the problem. Giving all the benefit of the doubt to that, splitting the difference and then subtracting the time. What was it we said? 16 or 17 minutes, was it? Where for him, that's giving him all the benefit of the doubt. Now, he doesn't say they pulled up at the same time. He says, and he's going to talk about it more, and it's just going to add more questions. But he says that he arrived shortly before they did. But again, let's just reiterate that on a normal day, it took him 19 minutes during rush hour, right, to get from work to home. And if you imagine he's speeding and you shave 3 minutes off of that, you get 16 minutes. On a normal day for this particular fire EMS department, it's 17. And then you shave off whatever you think is reasonable for an ambulance where someone might be potentially dying. And how does he get there before them? We love that you're here just thinking, Lifey. You do it. You do your thinking. There's a lot to think about. So exactly. Yeah. But for Alex's time, I'm not going off of Google. For Alex's time, I'm going off of his actual driving behavior from the timeline of the murders, because that shows us how long it took him to drive to work and for his driving habits, right? So this, what we're looking at, this isn't, I'm not using Google for Alex. I'm using Alex for Alex. I'm using Google for the rest fire for the EMS. I'm using Google for the EMS. Because Google said 18 minutes for driving to and from PMPED. But again, I think it's actually more accurate. We looked at his particular driving. What was it? It was around noon. He went to work. It was 12 to 13-ish minutes. But then when he came home during rush hour, it was like 19 minutes. So that's his actual driving habits. So that's what I'm using for him. So if I take that and again, this would have been probably closer to the rush hour time. But let's continue on and see what else he does say.
Did you know Gloria was coming to your house that day?
I didn't,
Okay.
but
Was that uncommon? Was that uncommon for Gloria to be here at your house?
uncommon for her to be here?
Yeah. Did you said when you left for work that morning, you didn't know that Gloria was going to be coming to work? I mean, coming for any purpose to the house?
I didn't know that day.
Right.
My wife knew she was coming.
Okay.
That's going to be important. You guys, we're just getting, the insanity's just getting started. DSN says, Alex said 12 to 13 minutes, but 10 minutes that day. That's what he says. Yes, that's what he says. And he arrived before the EMS. That's what he says. Yes. Okay. So now he said he didn't know Gloria was coming, but Maggie, hold on, let me just double check. I think it's like Maggie was expecting her. This is actually really important. Let me go back to it.
With your wife, you understood that she was. Did you said when you left for work that morning, you didn't know that Gloria was going to be coming to work? I mean, coming for any purpose to the house?
I didn't know that day.
Right.
My wife knew she was coming.
Okay. Did you? And when you talked with your wife, you understood that she was coming for what reason?
Gloria was coming to be paid. My mom inadvertently left town without paying Gloria for work. And
All right. Does this remind you guys of anything? I'm gonna rewind it a second. Does this remind you guys of anything? Does this remind you guys? I've listened to this number. I actually had not thought of this until now, and it's giving me goosebumps. Does this remind you guys of anything?
was coming to be paid. My mom inadvertently left town without paying Gloria for work and had asked Matt.
Your house?
Uncommon for her to be here?
Yeah. Did you said when you left for work that morning, you didn't know that Gloria was going to be coming to work? I mean, coming for any purpose to the house?
I didn't know that day.
Right.
My wife knew she was coming.
Okay. Did you? And when you talked with your wife, you understood that she was coming for what reason?
Gloria was coming to be paid. My mom inadvertently left town without paying Gloria for work and had asked Maggie to pay her on her behalf. And so Gloria was coming here to get paid.
Okay. And were you?
Yeah. He interrupts himself in the same way also. He's going to answer one question, but he interrupts himself with something that's like not relevant, and it starts with, the sentence starts with his mom. Okay, so he didn't know Gloria was coming, but Maggie did, and he doesn't say Maggie told me, but what he says is he just says, it gives the, how to put this? He doesn't say Maggie told me this is why she was coming. He says, but Maggie did, and then he goes into why Gloria was coming. But he segues with the mom story. He didn't know Gloria was coming. He's like, but Maggie did, and Gloria was going to, and then he's like, my mom, blah, blah, blah. So he doesn't even say, and it's interesting, right? Because Maggie's alive at this point. Think about that. Maggie's alive at this point, and they're going to interview her. And they might ask, I mean, this is his issue, right? He's got actual witnesses who can contradict what he's saying. So it's interesting, right? Because he doesn't actually. Let me rewind. This is interesting. I'm gonna listen to this again. Get this accurate on my document here.
You able to speak with Gloria?
Left town without paying Gloria for work, and
With your wife, you understood that she was coming for what reason?
Gloria was coming to be paid. My mom inadvertently left town without paying Gloria for work and had asked Maggie to pay her on her behalf.
Yeah, so Alex thinks that adding extra facts makes the stories more believable. So, okay, he didn't know Gloria was coming, but Maggie did, and he understood. I'm going to use those words because that's exactly what the adjuster asks him. He understood that Gloria was coming. I don't even know how to phrase this because it's so convoluted. Okay. He understood that. Okay. So why was his mom paying Gloria? Wasn't Gloria? Oh my God. I thought Gloria was their housekeeper. Why was his mom going to pay her anyway? All right, whatever. We're going with what he's saying right now. So Maggie did. He understood that his mom was supposed to pay Gloria, but left town. He uses this word inadvertently. Did I spell that correctly? Almost. But left town inadvertently. So Maggie was going to pay her, and instead, I guess, it's just, I guess that's fine. I mean, how do you making sense out of nonsense, right? We've done it before. Do it again. Wait, I thought you deleted your Twitter. Okay, so, oh, yeah.
And so Gloria was coming here to get paid.
Okay. And
Okay,
were
yeah,
you
she's
able to
coming
speak
here.
with Gloria before she was taken away in the ambulance?
I was.
Okay. Did you ask her what happened?
Sure, I asked her what happened. I mean, first thing,
You guys, there's ambulances outside my house. That's weird, huh? Okay, so let me add this on my thing. He said, the way he says sure, you guys. Oh my God, this question right here. Were you able to speak to her? Remember, we heard from Maggie and Paul. Let's just refresh our memories up here. Okay. They're not sure if she's conscious. No, not really. She's mumbling. Basically, they're not really entirely sure, like if she's conscious or not. And then but she's mumbling. Okay. Then when this adjuster asks Alex here, were you able to speak to her? His response is sure. Like in a pleasant tone, like, of course I was. Sure, I was. I can't even wrap my head around it at all. DS9 with a good question here. I wonder if Alex took that money that Gloria was supposed to get from his mom. I'm sure he fucking did, yo. Like that. Great point. And then he goes, let's see what he says next. I'm still blown away by the way he says sure.
I was making sure.
Taken away in the ambulance?
I was.
Okay. Did you ask
Here to get paid.
Okay. And were you able to speak with Gloria before she was taken away in the ambulance?
I was.
Okay. Did you ask her what happened?
Sure, I asked her what happened. I mean, the first thing I was making sure that Gloria, I was trying to assess her mental.
Okay. Okay. You guys, does this remind you of him on the stand? The question was, let's take the same approach. The question was, hold on, don't take it from me, take it from the dude. Let's go back just a sec. Hold on.
Speak with Gloria before she was taken away in the ambulance.
I was.
Okay. Did you ask her what happened?
Sure, I asked her
Did you ask her what happened?
what happened. I mean, the first thing I was making sure that Gloria.
Okay. The question, so he says, did you ask her what happened? He says, sure. Now, the normal thing would be, what did Gloria say happened, right? Let me back it up just a second.
Before she was taken away in the ambulance?
I was.
Okay. Did you ask her what happened?
Sure, I asked her what happened. I mean, the first thing I was making sure that Gloria, I was trying to assess her mental capability at the time. Did she know where she was? Did she know what was going on? That type of thing. And, you know, asking her if she knew me. Did she know Maggie? Did she know Paul?
You guys notice what he's doing here? First of all, he's just talking out his ass like usual, right? With all these details. But not only that, but he's not saying what Gloria said. He's saying what he said. He's saying what he did, which technically, while that would be appropriate on the stand, because otherwise it's hearsay, you know, that's not relevant here. You know, in other words, the question is, did you ask her what happened? What did she say happened? Absolutely, wifey. Absolutely. Yeah. And also this, yes. It is, and I agree with you as well, Kitsmits here, that it is weird. So let me go back to my document. So, oh my God, it's so much. So I put the sure in the wrong place. It's really when he's like, did she tell you what happened or something, right? Or he's like, did you ask her what happened? So first he goes, were you able to speak to her? Were you able to speak to her? And then he goes, did you ask her what happened? And then he says, sure. And then he goes into this whole diatribe. I'm going to go back. I want to get this in here verbatim because it's important. But I think it starts with something like, my whole goal. Like, what? Why is this about you? Come again? Your goal? Like, my whole goal was to assess her. You guys?
Did she know Ronnie?
Before she was taken away in the ambulance?
I was.
Okay. Did you ask her what happened?
Sure, I asked her what happened. I mean, the first thing I was making sure that Gloria, I was trying to assess her mental capability at the time. Did she know where she was? Did she know what was going on? That type of thing. And, you know, asking her if she knew me. Did she know Maggie? Did she know Paul? Did she know Ronnie? Did she know where she was? So
how was she responding to this?
She knew.
There's a lot there of that he's trying to assess. I was trying to assess her. Why does that say asses? Okay, her. Okay, where she was. Did she know me? Interesting question, right? Like, does she remember him? Is she going to be able to say something? Did she know Maggie? Did she know Paul? What else? Am I missing anything in that whole thing? Thank you, DSN. Yes. Right. Her, right. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Her mental capability. Okay. At the time. Yes. Thank you. Oh, yeah. And did she know Ronnie? Thank you. Thanks, guys. You guys are awesome. I believe they spell Ronnie. I also looked him up, by the way, too. I think he spells it like that. Okay. Thanks, guys. Y'all are awesome. Our powers combined, right? Okay. So What noise did I make? I don't even know what noise. Was it a noise I made, or was it a noise my computer made, or your computer? So yeah. I was trying to assess her vitals and ask her if she knew where Bubba put the chicken, because I had thought Bubba was my love, but he was in. And yeah, he was the one person able to speak to her. Okay, let's keep going.
Knew those.
Rewind it a bit.
Did she know Maggie? Did she know Paul? Did she know Ronnie? Did she know where she was? So
How was she responding to those?
she knew those things. She knew where she was. She knew who I was. I mean, she.
So how does she? That means she's talking, right? She responded to those things. Fucking hell. All right. She responded to those things. And that's a myriad of questions. He's basically interrogating her. She responded to those things. She knew who I was. She knew where she was. I'll rewind it again to make sure. I think it's something like this, where she was. It's just easier to kind of get a rough draft going, as it were, as to try to remember these quotes verbatim. Let me go back.
Asking her if she knew me. Did she know Maggie? Did she know Paul? Did she know Ronnie? Did she know where she was? So
How was she responding to those?
she knew those things. She knew where she was. She knew who I was. I mean, she obviously was not functioning at full.
Hold on. Let me go back one more second.
So
How was she responding to those?
she knew those things. She knew where she was. She knew who I was. I mean,
Okay, so I can just edit this real quick. So she knew those things. But he does say something about responded right before that. And then I think he changes it to knew. She knew those things. She knew, these are swapped, where she was. She knew who I was. That's the important thing, right? Does she know who he is? Okay.
she obviously was not functioning at full capacity, but she did. She knew those things.
Okay.
You guys, I can't with this. Oh my God. Ugh. She obviously was not functioning. Where do you even begin with this one? At full capacity. But she knew those things. I'm just shaking my head. Yes, I love the Office reference, Kitsmits. With the Office reference, well done, Kitsmits. You get a prize. Do you know who I am, sir? This is a Wendy's. It's ready now. We'll set it aside for me. Oh, that's season 4, season 5 is the chair model episode, I believe. Oh, I didn't even know there was a meme. That's funny. It's funnier if you see the show, I think. I haven't seen the meme, so I guess I shouldn't really say, but okay, so here's the premise of the show, that episode. So basically, Michael's always complaining about being lonely, blah, blah, blah. And like he falls in love with this like chair model. Okay. Let me back up. they have a budget surplus. So basically what happens is they have to decide how they're going to spend that money, or they don't get as much money the following year. So the office is voting on, do they want a new printer, or like a new office chair or whatever. And Pam really wants a new office chair. She's the receptionist. And so there's all this talk about the office chairs. And so Michael Scott, the boss, is looking through these catalogs, played by Steve Carell, for anyone who has not seen it. He's looking through these catalogs for these chairs, supposed to pick out a chair. Okay. And this is like really important because by the end of the day, they have to make a decision, or their budget's going to be cut the following year. So he's flipping through these catalogs, and he sees this, he gets classic Michael Scott, right? He sees this lady sitting in the chair because it's a chair catalog, and he like falls in love with this quote unquote chair model. So he gets Dwight to like track her down. Well, anyway, they like find out, I think these are all from the same, yeah, they find out she like died years ago or something. And then Michael's like all like depressed, quote unquote depressed about it or whatever. And so then he asks like everyone in the office to like, he like calls some sort of meeting. He probably says like DEFCON red, emergency meeting. And then he's like, I need you guys to write down the name of a person you know who's single. And no one wants to set any of their friends up with him. So what happens is, I don't remember who it is in the office, but somebody as a joke writes down Wendy, like their friend Wendy, writes, they get an index card. They write the name of the person on one side, like phone number on the back. So they write Wendy. And they have to describe the friend. So somebody in the office writes Wendy and then is like juicy redhead. And then puts the phone number on the back, and then he reads it and he's like, oh, Wendy, the juicy redhead. And Kevin, thank you, Candace. That's right. It's Kevin. Well done. And so then he calls it and he's like, how can I speak with Wendy? And then I can't remember if she says something else first, but then eventually she says, sir, this is a Wendy's restaurant. And then he's like, oh. And then he's like, oh, well then I'll have and he orders some food or whatever, just because he's on the phone with Wendy's. And then she's like, sir, what does she say? You can't order it over the phone or whatever. And then he's like, well, just order it and put it aside for me so it'll be ready when I get there. And she goes, it's ready now. Okay, now that I'm dying of laughter. Okay. It's hopefully okay. I don't know if you're referring to the meme or the Office episode, but either way, good things. Yes. I don't even remember why that was. Hold on. How did that come up? Oh, because this didn't know who I was. Right. Yes. Okay. So excellent detour. I love The Office.
Ambulance removed her, and did you follow the ambulance after that?
I did.
Okay.
I followed the ambulance to Colleton Hospital, and they were a little bit ahead of me. They lost me.
Hang on. When did she get on the helicopter? Hold on. Dude.
Going through town, I was able to keep up with them in the rural parts, but in town, they kept plugging away, and I slowed
So it sounds like what he's saying here is they drive faster than him. Is that what he's saying?
up, for the speed limits and traffic, and I'd say they got a few minutes ahead.
Okay. Before we get to the part where he's saying that they're meeting at the hospital, or the ambulance is going to the hospital, before that, notice the difference. I'm going to rewind it. What I want you guys to listen for, the difference in how he's describing how he got there quickly for the emergency when no one was there to verify any of it. He appreciated that it was an emergency, got there in 10 minutes, versus now there's so many obstacles that seem to be making it so that, well, as one would expect, he's not going as fast or faster than an ambulance, right? Does it sound like he
Functioning at full capacity, but she did. She knew those things.
Okay. And then the ambulance removed her, and did you follow the ambulance after that?
I did.
Okay.
I followed the ambulance to Colleton Hospital, and they were a little bit ahead of me. They lost me going through town. I was able to keep up with them in the rural parts, but in town, they kept plugging away, and I slowed up, for the speed limits and traffic, and I'd say they got a few minutes ahead of me. So when I arrived at the hospital, they were actually loading Gloria onto the helicopter.
Okay.
Okay, so that answers the question about the helicopter. I guess the helicopter landed at the hospital, Colleton County Hospital. Is that, what is he, let me get the name of that and I'm gonna look it up. I think he says Colleton County.
Slowed up, for the speed limits and traffic. Able to keep up with them in the rural parts, but in town they kept plugging away, and I slowed up.
Plugging away.
For the speed limits and traffic, and I'd say they got a few minutes ahead of me. So when I arrived at the hospital, they were actually loading Gloria onto the helicopter.
Okay.
I didn't go far enough to
Functioning at full capacity, but she did. She knew those things.
Okay. And then the ambulance removed her, and did you follow the ambulance after that?
I did.
Okay.
I followed the ambulance to Colleton Hospital.
Colleton Hospital. Wifey, who's he that knows the office? I don't know, maybe someone responded in the Discord. Okay, Colleton Hospital. Are you guys seeing what I meant though with the way the difference? Oh, I didn't screen share. Hold on. The difference in how he's describing all the difficulties he's having keeping up with an ambulance, which is something that one shouldn't have to do because it shouldn't, okay, a reasonable person would not expect, this is the point, a reasonable person would not expect someone to be able to keep up with an ambulance. Why would you? You're not an ambulance. It makes no sense. No one's expecting, and no one's, it's like, what he's doing here, the part that's weird is that he's justifying not keeping up with the ambulance, right? Because why would a normal person do that? A normal person, the insurance adjuster doesn't expect him to keep up with the ambulance. No one would. That's not an expectation. So it's the reason it's weird is because he is justifying it without anyone asking, why can't you keep up with the ambulance? No one would ask that. And he's going ahead and giving all these reasons why he can't keep up with the ambulance. So DSN says, because the chase of the ambulance is the important part of the story. Right? So let me look up Colleton Hospital. But do you guys see what I'm saying? This is just... Does it remind you of anything from the trial with his timeline? How long it took him to decide to go to the kennels when we know they all went together at the same time, and then how quickly he got out of there on the way back. I don't know. There's plenty of comparisons where it's he's trying to explain why things are not the way they should be, because it's something where it's something that happens at least twice, right? A trip to and from somewhere, or whatever the case may be, something that happens repetitively. Why did it happen? And that's what it is here with this drive, where he already had just gone over how he drove, how he beat them there, right? He beat the ambulance there. And he doesn't say they pulled up even, he says he arrived shortly before they did. That sounds to me like you didn't see them in passing. You were already, the way he explained it, he was already there, standing there with the group, right? Ronnie and Mags and Papa, and assessing her, right? Talking to her. Okay. I may as well just move over here, right? Wouldn't that be easier? Swear. Okay. So what are we doing? Okay. We're going to just see how far it is from here. Thank you, Google, for assuming that's what I'm always looking up. You will never be wrong. Whoa. So he does mention rural parts of town and then the city. So that's interesting. So I wonder, it's far. That's fucking far. Wow. Look, you guys. Ashepoo. Do you guys see this? It's called Ashepoo? Why? Why is it called Ashepoo? What the fuck is that? Why? Ashepoo? What? Fechtig. Okay. So, oh my God, it gets worse. It gets worse. It gets worse. Round O. Round O. I wonder how Round O was involved in the Battle of the Bulge. What do you guys think? Okay, so it's far away, first of all. And let me zoom in. Okay. So this looks like through town, and this would be the highway. Now, having said that, they may have taken, this is Bell's Highway. This is the same way as where their station is located. So they might go this way. How long did it say this one took? Oh my God, why does it every time always do that? Google. Oh my God. 32 minutes versus what the hell? Why would you go that way? Anyway, I wonder if they went this way because this would be. Anyway, either way, it's far. Okay. So yeah, wifey likes Roundo. Yeah. I would agree with that. I would agree. I would agree with that statement. All right. So where was I on this? Okay. All right. So I need to add to my thing. So he follows the ambulance to the hospital, but can't keep up because of various reasons. Because see, the problem he has is he's made it seem, the insurance adjuster is definitely not doing the math on how long it took him versus how long it took first responders. But the way that he described his drive there and the way he's describing this, it's like he's expecting someone to do the math, and he's doing that thing, right? Where he's like he's giving too much detail ahead of time and justify why this happened this way, but it didn't this time, when no one's even asking about that. And that comes across as suspicious. It's like, it's just like with, it's just like with the alibi with the kennels. It's like, how would you know what time to say you left and when you shouldn't have been at the kennels if you didn't know when they died? It's kind of like that, where like, how are you able to, how and why are you doing this? And so like, it's like he's already predicting he's going to have to explain why he was able to beat the ambulance there and make it. And if someone does the math, they're going to be like, wow, you got there quicker than the ambulance and you were further away, or whatever the case may be. But then they're going to ask him, well, wait, hang on. How come you didn't beat the ambulance to the hospital? Right? That's what it sounds like. He's that, whether or not he expects someone to ask him that sounds like his reasoning to me. So he follows the ambulance to the hospital, but he can't keep up because of various reasons. And when he arrives, they are unloading, I guess, Gloria from the ambulance, I think is what he says. DSN, accurate. They tried to lose Alex, but they were unsuccessful. Yeah, accurate. Oh, did you look up Roundo? According to tradition, we learned so much here. The community received its name from a local Native American, whose name was too long to pronounce. Holy shit. Hence the name Round O. He painted his torso with a circular design. That is actually some fucking cool history, isn't it? Wow. That is awesome. Wow. Thank you for looking that up, DSN. It's unfortunate they couldn't pronounce his name, but I think it's cool that he had that painting, like almost like a tattoo. Okay, so
they were a little bit ahead of me. They lost me going through town. I was able to keep up with them in the rural parts. But in town, they kept plugging away, and I slowed up, for the speed limits and traffic. And I'd say they got a few minutes ahead of me. So when I arrived at the hospital, they were actually loading Gloria onto the helicopter.
Okay. Now, here at your home, I know you and I covered a lot of information regarding the dogs you've got.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you just go down?
Here we go. Here we go, guys. It's his favorite topic.
I think you said you have 4 dogs.
4 dogs. We have Bubba, who is a yellow lab, and he's the oldest. Estimate that he's probably 6 years old. We have Bourbon, who is a chocolate lab, who I estimate is probably a year and a half old, maybe younger than that. I'd say a year and a half at the oldest. We have Blue, who I estimate is a year old, and Blue is a Labrador Poodle mix, so a Labradoodle. And then we have Sassy, who is a German short hair, who is no more than 6 months old.
Okay.
So I think Sassy is who Roger Dale Davis Jr. called Tappy Toes. There's been a lot of questions about that from people trying to figure out who was Tappy Toes. I think it's Sassy. And I need to just change it. They're loading Gloria onto the helicopter. I'm just going to be more specific here. And just in case you were thinking we weren't going to look up what a German short hair is, you would be sorely mistaken. Because dogs, right? And not Germans with short haircuts. But not, oh, how cute. So, and the reason I'm thinking is because the rest of these dogs sound like they're all, well, you got the Labradoodle, right? I guess, Blue. But Tappy Toes is probably going to be a girl. And it's probably going to be a smaller one, I would think. Because Tappy Toes is usually, they have longer toenails, which is usually smaller dogs. Very cute. Very cute. Oh, look how cute. Oh, happy dog. That is so cute. I love you. Talking to the dog, sorry. Oh, how cute. 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 Okay. So I'm not going to type the dog information because the insurance adjuster does that in the report we're going to read in just a second. He goes into great detail about each of the dogs. In fact, it's like all about the dogs. So keep wifing, keep laughing, wifey. I'm laughing always. At least he'll never be accosted by a guy named Square Peg. Oh yeah, no, we need the dirty jokes. Definitely, please. I agree with wifey. Don't let your dreams be dreams. 100%. Dirty jokes are required. It's a requirement for watching live. I'm just kidding. It's highly encouraged. I know. So, okay. So we did that. All right. So we were looking up. So I think that's Tappy Toes, though, is the Sassy. So Sassy is different from the other dogs. So she's a different breed is one way to think about it. She's a German short-haired pointer dog.
And in particular, I think you had expressed that Bourbon, the female chocolate lab, I believe she was purchased from Lazy Lab Kennels, and we're gonna button up all that data. But she had been away at a obedience school. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long had she been back when this incident occurred?
I believe that when this thing was going on, we knew. I think it had been a day. I think she had been back a little more than a day.
So you're going to pick up the theme of this is throw bourbon under the bus. It becomes, I'm going to back it up just a second. So it's all about throwing bourbon under the bus. I know, right? 100%. And he says that actually twice in this interview, which you can see is only 12 minutes long. He says it twice. The adjuster does. And wait till we get to the documents, you guys, the court documents. This shit gets wild. You guys don't even, this is the background so that we can appreciate the insanity that's to come. But we're just getting started.
And we're gonna button up all that data. But she had been away at a obedience school. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long had she been back when this incident occurred?
I believe that when this thing was going on, we knew. I think it had been a day. I think she had been back a little more than a day.
Okay.
So Bourbon, who's about to get sacrificed like a lamb to the slaughter, like a Stevie Rowe to the slaughter, like a bus to the slaughter, had just gotten back from obedience school the day before. Oh, wifey, I'll miss you. Wifey's also been ripped to obedience school. That's a good thing, right? We'll miss you. Love you, wifey. Keep wifing, wifey. Oh wait, yeah, we get a lot. It's all about the details of the dogs. My favorite part is coming up when he starts. Oh, good. Oh, you said you got to stop. Oh, don't stop. Okay, sorry, I read that wrong. I read that as in I gotta go. Okay, don't go in. Don't stop. Don't stop believing. Don't stop before you go. Any of the other songs. Don't do either. No. How many songs are there about like not leaving? Don't go. I don't know. I can't think of any right now, but I'm sure there's a ton. So no one leave. You're all stuck here forever till we figure this out. I'm just kidding. Yeah, he just added how many dogs? Yeah, exactly. And then wait, my favorite part is coming up when it sounds like they're almost going to do a full investigation into the dog obedience trainer. His name is Brett Lawson. Dude, it's like pin this on the, I can't, I'll just let you guys listen to it. Hold on. Let me back it up a smidgen.
I think she had been back a little more than a day.
Okay. And when you were talking with Gloria before she was taken away, did she describe the chain of events in any way to you? Obviously, she was out of it.
She indicated that the dogs had caused her to fall.
Okay. And she was at the base of the front steps.
She was.
When you arrived.
My understanding was she was sitting on the base of the steps when I arrived.
Okay, hold on. So indicated. He doesn't say she said, he says she indicated. But let's take a look back at. So the dude's like trying to get back to the question. Because remember what happens? What happens is this. Remember, he attempts to ask Alex what happened. Were you able to speak to her? Did you ask what happened? Sure. And I think what happened here is the adjuster realized Alex didn't answer the question. So now it's just like in fucking trial, right? When they come back to the original question, Alex gives all this fluff and then they talk about the other stuff. And now the adjuster's like probably looking at his form and realizing he didn't fill in the answer to that because Alex didn't give him an answer. Isn't that interesting? It's a lot like that, right? So now he's saying, oh yes, she indicated that the dogs caused her to fall. But he doesn't say that here. When did you ask her what happened? He could have said sure, and she indicated that the dogs caused her to fall. That would be a normal thing. So he reiterates that she's sitting up. I think I already have that, though. So he reiterates that she's sitting up, and Gloria indicated that the dogs caused her to fall. Okay.
And from my wife, when she found her, she was unconscious, and her head was on the landing area, and her feet were up the steps.
So she was upside down.
Well, I think she was laying on her back or on her side, but her feet were up on like the second step,
Yeah.
and her head was on the ground. So she was literally on the steps with her head down on the brick landing area.
Okay, so here we're going to look at these pictures. Thank you for mentioning this, Daddy Short Nuts, because I forgot to say something. Not only is there no mention, but you know what we don't hear on the 911 call? Dogs. And actually, I forgot. I should have mentioned this last night. I didn't even think of it. I got all distracted listening for people's voices. But because of that, you guys were listening too for people in the background. Because it was like, who is that? How many people are talking? There were no dogs barking. Not only that, but we know the dogs were kept at the kennels, right? We know the dogs were kept at the kennels. It's gonna get worse, but let's just start with that. We know the dogs were kept at the kennels. We know that Ronnie, who was the dog caretaker at the time, right, doing the same job that Roger Dale Davis Jr. does later, Ronnie was there taking care of the dogs. They would have been at the kennels. It's going to get worse, though. I don't want to give it away. I'm going to wait until we get to it in the document. But these are pictures from, look at the bottom date here, the date on the bottom says 3/29/2018. These were taken by the insurance adjuster. Remember, he's interviewing them at the house. So what happens is they have this interview, and here they are talking about the stairs. This insurance adjuster, as part of his job, is taking pictures of the stairs. And these are those exact pictures from this, which is crazy, right? So wifey says, sounds like a story that only the three of them knew and no one can tell a secret if two of them is dead. Yes. What about Ronnie, though? So good question. They actually talk about this, but Ronnie wasn't there when it happened. Actually, I think we might hear a little bit about that on the 911 call. I'm trying to remember. We know, so Ronnie wasn't there because Ronnie was at the kennels, like doing the dog caretaker thing. So the question remains then, why were the dogs at the house then, right? Think about this. We know where should the dogs have been? At the kennels. Where was Ronnie? At the kennels working with the dogs. That all makes sense. Again, it's great because we have the testimony from Roger Dale Davis Jr. He'd never been to the house. They only went to the kennels and did the dogs. So like they had the house caretakers, which was like Blanca and Gloria, and then they had the dog caretakers. So Ronnie's at the kennels playing with the chickens and the dogs are at the house? Is that what's going on? I don't want to do a spoiler alert, but we're going to get there in just a second, so I'll just go ahead and say it. Apparently, everybody was asleep when Gloria got there. Are you guys hearing me? Maggie and Paul woke up to the sound of dogs barking. Yes, yes. So Gloria Satterfield, who apparently had made plans ahead of time with Maggie, according to Alex, to come by and pick up a check when she was supposed to go pick it up from Alex's mom, and they had made these plans, which Maggie tells Alex about, comes to a house, but yet Maggie and Paul are both asleep. And they wake up to the sound of the dogs barking because Gloria fell. So this is in March. Maggie stayed at the beach during the summers at Edisto. So she would have been at Moselle during the rest of the year. She was at Edisto during the summer months because it got hot and she didn't like the biting flies and shit and swampy. This is actually, sorry, this interview is in March, but the accident happened February 2nd. But still, even in March. So February, March, I would say probably not till May would she have gone to Edisto. So I think we're getting to the heart, though, of what we're getting. I think we're getting closer to some answers, hopefully, guys. So, okay, but did you guys? Remember, like we're gonna hear this because we hear from Paul and Maggie. We're gonna go over that today. So after we finish with Alex, we're gonna go through the insurance document, which has the interview with Paul and Maggie. So, but their story that both of them say, who are no longer with us on the planet, say they were asleep and they woke up because they heard the dogs barking and they came outside and Gloria was falling on the steps down the way out, or, whatever. She was the injury. Meanwhile, Ronnie Freeman is at the kennels. So who let the dogs out, right? Who let the dogs out? And why are there no dogs in the 911 call? Could this be another scenario of blame the dogs? Have we heard this before? Yeah, I would tend to agree. It sounds like an Alex setup, all right. A blame the dogs situation. But you better be sure that for the insurance adjuster, he made sure he had the dogs on full display at the house. And remember, they were never kept at the house anyway because of Buster's allergies. So the only time they would be there would be when, according to trial testimony, Maggie would bring them, but they would stay outside. But it didn't sound like a regular thing because they stayed at the kennels, and that's why Maggie always went to the kennels, right? But furthermore, how could Maggie do any of it if she's asleep? Yes, thank you. Yeah, Candace, worked the first time. Exactly. Great point. Great point. Yep, this was his practice, right? Maybe this is where Bubba's vendetta against Alex began. Yep. All right, so let's take a look at these pictures. So these are the stairs. Again, these are taken from the insurance adjuster, by the insurance adjuster. There's Alex and Bubba. The stairs are not steep. Let me go back. There's, that must be Bourbon, the dog in question who's being thrown under the bus right there. Poor thing. Poor thing. Let's look at these stairs again. They're not steep, are they? I expected them to be steep. Did you guys? Hold on. Let me go back to this other picture. Look. It looks like a job. It looks like a job that could have been done in 3 stairs, but instead it's done in 8 stairs. Do you guys know what I mean? Like it's like a three stair job made into 8 stairs for maybe to be more regal. I don't know. I don't know anything about stairs. They just look flat to me. Like they could have done it in fewer stairs. Know what I mean? Actually, a good example is my house, which I've talked about, like, it's an older house, like old and good, like it's in a historic neighborhood and whatnot, but it has little steps on the outside of it. And that's a great example because honestly, I will take a picture. I will show you guys my steps because I wouldn't be surprised if the height is the same as this. But at my house, it's 3 stairs. It is. I know the puppy. I know. Oh, and this also, yes, for sure. He looks so he's prancing. He's prancing. Maybe that was also the thing. He wanted to make sure there was a good image of Bubba prancing. And there's poor Bourbon.
And did Gloria live here at the property?
No, she did not.
Okay. Do you?
Go back a second. Hold on.
Did Gloria live here at the property?
No, she did not.
Okay. Do you know what her, how far away her home is?
I don't know her exact address, but I know that Gloria lived in Furman, South Carolina.
Okay.
So that's about 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
Okay.
It's meant
It's in
we're still
Hampton
waiting on
County.
your dirty
And
joke. my
how
friend.
long would you estimate that Gloria had been doing work for you and or your family?
She's been working for our family for
Oh, 20 years.
close to 20 years, I would estimate.
Wait till you guys
I
hear
know
what
she
they paid
babysat
her.
my children when my youngest was an infant, so
Okay.
he's 19.
All right.
2018.
So
And she was paid along. She was not like a full-time employee.
she was an hourly, I mean, she would be paid by the hour when she would work.
Okay. All right. And I know we had gone over that the obedience school is run by Brett Lawson, and
correct.
you're gonna tie down the rest of that information for me.
I'm gonna get Brett Lawson's, I'm gonna get what paperwork he has, I'm gonna get vet records, and I'm gonna get
What the fuck?
genealogical
What the fuck?
papers on Bourbon.
Okay.
What the fuck?
And when
What? I'm sorry, but it's like he's actually expecting this to be investigated as if it's a murder, but it's investigating of the dogs. Vet records, genealogical papers, and I have all the shit on the poor dog trainer. It's overkill, right? It's like not necessary at all. His own just like in the murder trial, it's like the way he is doing all of this bullshit is what makes you realize there's something fishy going on, because it's like, why would you be doing all this? Why are you... The dude didn't ask for this stuff. Like, let me listen to this. Let's listen to that again. The dude didn't ask for it. It'd be different if the insurance adjuster was like, hey, I'm going to need all this paperwork. I mean, it's just like with the law enforcement. It's like, let me offer this up to you, so you will think I didn't do anything wrong.
So,
You'll think someone else did or whatever.
and she was paid along. She was not like a full-time employee.
she was an hourly, I mean, she would be paid by the hour when she would work.
Okay. All right. And I know we had gone over that the obedience school is run by Brett Lawson, and
correct.
you're gonna tie down the rest of that information for me.
I'm gonna get Brett Lawson's, I'm gonna get what paperwork he has, I'm gonna get vet records, and I'm gonna get the genealogical papers on Bourbon.
Okay. And when was the last time you would estimate that Gloria had worked for either you or your wife Maggie here at the house prior to this event?
I mean, Gloria did something, I mean, she was routinely doing things for us, so whether it was running errands, whether it was doing something at the Hampton house, or doing something out here, it would have been in the very recent past.
It would have been within 14 days.
Certainly within 14 days.
Okay.
Probably less than that.
All right. And she was familiar with Bubba, Blue, and Sassy. Did she ever have any problems with any of those dogs?
No.
Okay.
But she was familiar with, she was familiar with them. And,
Yeah.
I mean, she would have been familiar with Bourbon before she went off to, I don't know if we ever had her. I'm trying to think. I don't know that we ever had Bourbon at home before, but she was certainly familiar with Bourbon, I mean, with Bubba, Blue, and
He immediately
And
wants to
Sassy.
Okay.
undercut.
Did she, during the course when she would be working for you, would she feed the dogs?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, there've been occasions where she did.
Okay. All right.
That doesn't make any sense because they have a specific housekeeper, or not housekeeper, or a dog person for that, as we know. The only thing I can think of there is he's trying to make it seem like Gloria was really familiar with the dogs, spent a lot of time around the dogs, which doesn't make sense because the dogs didn't spend that much time at the house. Like, we know that the housekeepers were at the house, the dog keepers were at the kennels. The dogs were almost always at the kennels, unless they were at the house, but that seemed to be on occasion, and it was just outside on the porch if Maggie brought them. So Gloria feeding the dogs at the house doesn't make any sense in any way you slice it at all.
Now, I'm trying to think of anything. But did you ever have any other incidences involving any problems with the dogs being aggressive or any similar? I guess any kind of incident with a complaint about the dogs.
We've never had any issue with.
I'm just going to answer this question here for DSN. Were there any house dogs or were they all kept in the kennels? In the trial, they indicated, look at me talking like trial people. In the trial, they said, the testimony stated that the dogs were kept outside because of Buster's allergies. He had eczema. And I think Buster even he talks about, if you guys recall the whole thing, I felt so bad for him at this point, but he's talking about how him and his mom are texting about his prescription medication. And then he starts to talk about the prescription medication. And it's like, you don't have to. Yeah, that was awful. And he's in such a bad position. And here he is like, here's the medication that I take. And my mommy was going to pick it up for me. And here's this condition that I ate. But it was eczema medication. And so the eczema is the reason why the dogs had to stay outside. But, as we know, they were taken care of, obviously, but yeah, they couldn't. Oh, good. I'm glad you're back, Super Planner Girl. So they couldn't have the dogs inside from everything that we heard. Which isn't, also when you've got that many dogs and they're all big dogs and they're hunting dogs, you know what I mean? Like, I can't relate to somebody who's like has an outdoor dog because I have a piglet. You guys have seen him. But in their case, they're set up for it. You know what I mean? They're set up for it with having that many dogs and where they're hunting dogs and the dogs are, it's the climate is okay for them and they've got plenty of places to be outside. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, that was what we heard was because of the eczema. So.
Any of the dogs being vicious or aggressive in the sense of violence or biting or attacking or any of that. And the problem is, and why we sent Bourbon to obedience school is, as I told you earlier, she's so hyper, she would all the dogs get stirred up and they compete to be petted and to get attention. And so, what I'm assuming happened is when Gloria pulled up, the dogs are, rushing her.
For affection.
And
not aggression, but affection.
And Bourbon had only been back for a day or so. So, the way they all do when Bourbon's here is different than they do when it's just them.
Okay.
This is insane for just so many reasons.
So the people that were on site when the ambulance came were you, your wife Maggie, your son Paul, and an employee of yours, Ronnie Freeman.
That's correct.
And was anybody with Gloria when she drove up? I assume she drove her own car here?
That's correct.
And was there anybody in the car with her?
No, sir.
Okay. So there was no witness to the chain of events?
To the fall itself?
Right.
No, sir. Not that I'm aware.
Only the dogs.
Aware of.
Okay. And do you have any surveillance cameras around the exterior of the home?
No, sir.
Okay. Alec, I've tried to go over everything I can think of. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I don't think so.
All right. With nothing else to add, I'll be concluding the interview at this time. And again, I'd like to ask if you understood I recorded it.
Yes, sir.
And I did so with your permission.
Yes, sir.
It's a house.
And with that, it is time. So, okay, so here we go. This is thanks to Eric Bland that we have this. Bland Richter, actually, Ronnie Richter as well. So this was the work product that came as a result of that interview. Yes, 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 indeed.
It's a house.
Yeah. Yep. So this happened. This is how, they meet and blah, blah. And then the insurance adjuster has to type everything up, button it up, so to speak. Right. So let's see what he says. And in this is where he talks about his interview with Paul and Maggie as well. So here we go. Second comprehensive report. Dear Caitlin and David, blah, blah. So new information is in bold. It says, further handling. Investigation of the claim is ongoing. I recently obtained medical treatment records for decedent Gloria Satterfield. Depending upon whether time permits and whether the claim does not resolve, it would be useful to have an expedited record review performed by a physician with expertise in emergency medicine and or internal medicine to evaluate whether Miss Satterfield's health on the incident date played a role in her fall down the stairs. Okay, remember back when we talked about homeowners insurance, right? Remember when we gave the example of a person in the grocery store and they ignore a sign where it says don't go because we just mopped or whatever. That would be like a willful negligence or an assumed risk. However, remember, this is all about insurance here. So instead of a death investigation, like you would normally, like what's happening is an insurance investigation, because remember, he's suing himself for a wrongful death via the homeowner's insurance, which is Nautilus. And so here, remember, so if you're the insurance company, right? Imagine you're the insurance company. What is your goal? This is a question for you guys. If you're the insurance company in this case, or anything, whatever, it doesn't matter if it's Alex or not, but like if you're the insurance company, and even if it's health insurance, it doesn't matter, right? But especially in a situation like this where it's a wrongful death claim, what would you be trying to do as you're investigating it, gathering information, going through the medical records? And I'll give you guys a hint. He's saying, he says here, it'd be useful to have an expedited report or record review performed by a physician with expertise in emergency medicine to evaluate whether her health on the incident date played a role in her fall down the stairs. What are you looking to do? Are you looking to, well, before you even get into the decision of settling or going to trial, right? Because it is a lawsuit. Because the suit is the wrongful death claim. Remember, Alex approached the two boys. Alex approached Gloria Satterfield's two sons at her funeral and said, hey, I'll sue myself as a wrongful death suit for you guys, so you guys can get paid to pay for her medical bills, which at that point were already piling up to close to $1 million. So, of course, they wouldn't have known that you could sue. I mean, it wouldn't have occurred to anybody, right? It's like, and no one would even be thinking about that, but Alex was. So it's a lawsuit. So their goal is to try to reduce their liability. It's all about the liability, right? As we talked about that the other day. So the liability. So if, let's say, Gloria had some sort of health condition where she fainted or she had narcolepsy or I don't know, whatever, a broken leg, something, anything, right? A weak knee, I don't know, whatever it is. There could be plenty of different things. Strokes, seizures, and that could potentially have played a role in her fall, even if there were dogs involved, whatever the fuck. You see, that would reduce the responsibility here, or the liability. Does that make sense? So that would mean that all this comes down to money. That's what damages is, right? Money. So this is their job as the insurance, and this is important to keep in mind. Like for normal situations, right, where you've got insurance companies and everyone like hates insurance companies and there's all kinds of fuckery, whatever, and they maybe should be responsible, but they're trying to seem like they're not. In this case, just like with most Murdaugh things, kind of the opposite is true, where what we're going to see is that what would be normal is for them to really try to not have to do anything about this, to diminish their liability and to really investigate the claims that Alex is making, blah, blah, blah. And what we're going to find is kind of the opposite, where they're just like, we're going to go with what he said, but we'll see more about that. But it's going to be funny. What's important is to think about, how do we understand insurance companies usually working? What is their goal? And then how does none of that make sense here? Okay. Keep that in mind. All right. I've not yet placed the dog trainer. Get this, guys. Talk about Brett Lawson. I've not yet placed the dog trainer on notice of a potential contribution claim by Murdaugh. Let me tell you what that means. It's fucked up. Just as a warning. The contribution claim means he could be brought into the suit by Alex, as in this. Remember, the insurance company can only pay up to the policy limits, and anything that's left over is due to the policy owner, in this case, Alex, the homeowner. So in an effort to reduce his responsibility, should the lawsuit end up being a lot of money and it passed policy limits, to reduce his own responsibility in paying out the lawsuit that he started himself, first of all, never mind stealing it, but started it himself, his idea. He's saying what a contribution claim means is he's saying part of this is Brett Lawson's fault. You heard me correctly, the dog trainer. Brett Lawson, as DSN says, when in doubt, blame Brett Lawson. He's saying, and that's up to Alex. That's not up to the insurance. That's up to Alex to decide if he wants to bring Brett Lawson as in name him as a party in the lawsuit and bring him in. And Brett Lawson is probably going about his life training his dogs. And what he's saying is he has not yet placed the dog trainer on notice of a potential contribution claim. In other words, hey, guess what? You're now being sued because I don't even know how you would even, because bourbon, it's just so absurd. It's so, to think that this would keep going to the point of blaming the dog trainer. It's like, why not? Okay. Here's my thought. It's like, wouldn't the first thing be maybe to kind of look into like, hey, what is her behavior like? Bourbon's behavior. Like, is she actually unruly? Is she dangerous? Is she actually behaving the way she should behave? Like, what are the expectations after obedience school? Was her performance satisfactory or not? Right. But instead of evaluating bourbon, let's just go ahead and sue the dog trainer. It's insanity. Okay. Does anyone know what improvident means? It says Mr. Murdaugh considers that improvident. I want to discuss that with you further. Let me look it up. Okay, let's see. He put that in bold. It says not having or showing foresight, spendthrift, or thoughtless. Oh, not surprising. All right, what this means is this. So the guy's saying he hasn't yet told the dog trainer that he's put him on notice of potential. Remember, that's Alex's decision. I wonder if the reason he hasn't done this yet, I wonder if the reason he hasn't, okay, we have to read between lines because this is an official document that he's writing, but we can read between lines. So he has not told the dog trainer that Alex might want to sue him. Now, maybe it's because he's somewhat rational, right? Improvident, it said from the Oxford Dictionary, means it's like without foresight, thoughtless. So Mr. Murdaugh considers that improvident. In other words, he considers that thoughtless and, like, in other words, careless, whatever, to have for that the insurance guy hasn't put this dog trainer on notice. So and then he says, I therefore want to discuss that with you further. So this is interesting because we're going to get into some stuff here where it sounds like this insurance adjuster felt threatened. And they even use the word abuse by Murdaugh, that this person was kind of, so we're going to see this. So I'm wondering if he felt, or he or she, I think it's a he, because we hear he in the interview, felt Murdaugh is like insisting that he put this dog trainer on notice or whatever, however type of insisting it is, and that he's disappointed or displeased that he hasn't done that yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't put the dog trainer on notice because he's like, I don't see any connection here or whatever, right? And he says, I want to discuss that with you further. Claimant counsel has made a policy limits settlement. Claimant counsel would be the counsel for the Satterfield boys, I believe. Claimant counsel has made a policy limit settlement offer. No, wait, hold on. I'm not entirely sure. Because did Alex have an attorney representing him in this matter? Now I can't remember. I'm sure we'll find out. Policy limit settlement offer with an acceptance deadline of November 12th. We need to decide how to respond to that demand and whether to seek enlargement of his imposed deadline. So I wonder if it is counsel for. Okay, so remember what happened before Eric Bland was representing the Satterfield boys, right? I think Alex had set them up with Corey Fleming, of course. Because I was like, why would this be happening? Why would they be making a settlement offer that doesn't make any sense? Now it makes sense. A policy limits. Remember what I said? Anything past policy limits means Alex has to pay, right? So that would actually make sense because he puts Corey Fleming in charge to represent the boys. And then he's like, hey, let's settle, which would never happen because you try to get the most. Wow, that's why I was confused because I was like, this doesn't make sense. But then I forgot that Corey Fleming was their attorney because Alex did that. Wow. Okay, so here's the summary. So decedent Gloria Satterfield worked as a contract housekeeper and domestic assistant to the insured, Mr. Murdaugh and his family. Mr. Murdaugh, why this needs to be here is beyond me, is a successful personal injury attorney. Why do they need, anyway, successful. What's so funny is remember how many times Creighton asked him that in trial and he denied it? Personal injury attorney in Hampton, South Carolina, and he owns a second home on rural property in neighboring Colleton County. On the morning of February 2nd, 2018, Satterfield drove alone to that Colleton residence to see Mrs. Murdaugh, okay, he means Maggie there, and to pick up a check in payment for Satterfield's past services. Again, services apparently for Alex's mom. Satterfield walked alone up the front brick steps of the house and allegedly fell backward down the steps due to being pushed or tripped by one or more of Murdaugh's 4 pet dogs, which were roaming free at the time. No one witnessed Satterfield's fall. Mrs. Murdaugh, Maggie, was inside the house, heard a great commotion on the front porch, came out the front door, and found Satterfield lying on the steps, bleeding from an open wound to her head. Satterfield told Mr. Murdaugh, who arrived soon after, that the dogs had tripped her up. Now here, what's interesting is that they use the word told. Remember from his actual interview, he says indicated. They're different. Indicated could mean point. This is why it matters. And see, this is why sometimes it's beneficial to think like an attorney because there is a big difference. There is a big difference because there's question about whether she could speak or not, right? And indicated doesn't necessarily mean speak. So Satterfield made no other statement to a witness, typo there from whoever did it, about involvement of dogs. Satterfield told medical staff at a hospital later that she did not know how or why she fell. So she was talking then? The inconsistencies list is going to get really long. Satterfield was airlifted to a hospital in Charleston. Okay. So she went to Charleston. Okay. Or she was admitted for treatment of... So now it makes sense. So the ambulance took her to the Colleton Hospital, which was 30 minutes away. And then from there, she was airlifted to Charleston. She was admitted for treatment of multiple rib fractures, a pulmonary contusion, and a subdural hematoma, which I think ironically is what Alex supposedly has after the side of the road. She had surgery for the rib injuries. The subdural hematoma was placed on a the subdural hematoma was inoperable. Satterfield initially showed improvement, but then began a decline and was placed on a ventilator. She contracted pneumonia, had a heart attack, and lost pulse, was revived, but left in a deep coma. And her family elected to stop life-saving measures. She was moved to hospice and died on February 26, 2018. So this is something that gets lost sometimes in the shuffle, which is one of the worst things, is that this was a long time. The incident happened on February 2nd, 2018. So 24 days before she died. That's horrifying. Like long, drawn out, horrible, just awful. I mean, in a way, Maggie and Paul might have had it easier in a way, in terms of just quicker. Satterfield incurred medical treatment charges in excess of $650,000. She is survived by 2 adult sons, one of whom is mentally disabled. Her estate and both sons are represented by counsel. Again, I believe at the time this was Corey filming, who has advised of his intent to bring a lawsuit against Mr. Murdaugh. Well, actually, Alex suggested it, but whatever. The law applicable to this matter provides that the owner of a pet dog. Okay, this is the important thing. The law applicable. Well, all of this is important, but the law applicable to this matter. So here's what's happening here. If you're going to sue somebody, you have to have a reason. You have to say, here's the law that was broken. And so this is the insurance company. They're not lawyers, right? They're the insurance. They're the ones who are going to be responsible for paying for it. So they need to state the law that shows that the insured is liable. Again, normally what's so crazy to read this is what normally would be happening is they would be fighting this. They would be fighting the liability. Like here, liability is like the fact that they didn't look for, like, they're just accepting what he says. This just would never happen. I mean, we have seen this time and time again. Like the Johns Hopkins one is a great example. Just the length that these companies and insurance companies that are big, that they'll go to even things that are really not nice and things that are like just morally bad and unethical seeming, right? Like to try to avoid paying out these huge settlements. This is just insane. It's hard to wrap my head around. The law applicable to this matter, like, why are you just conceding? I'm sorry. Okay. The law applicable to this matter provides that the owner of a pet dog is strictly liable where the dog jumps on a visiting guest and causes injury. Liability is probable. Again, if they wanted to fight that, they could very easily show, again, for example, the dog's behaviors were not as unruly as described, or easier. I think it easily could have been proved that the dogs probably, in my opinion, were not even there. But we'll get to that. Another situation of blaming the dogs. I think the dogs were probably at the kennels because that's where Ronnie Freeman was. And Maggie and Paul, as we will learn here shortly, were asleep. So why would the dogs be at the house? And then why did Gloria fall? Furthermore, right? Why did she fall? Paul and Maggie are asleep. Ronnie Freeman's at the kennel with the dogs. All right, relevant background facts. The insured Alexander Murdaugh is a third-generation lawyer practicing with his family's law firm in Hampton, South Carolina. The firm, PMPED, Pimped, is a prominent plaintiff-only practice. The firm and its partners, it was so funny, it's like all this detail, but like where it matters, it's just lacking, in my opinion, right? The firm and its practice has a favorable reputation in the area of the state due to the firm's experience and influence. Like, why? Who gives a shit? Fucking hell. The firm, I mean, it's just going on. I don't even want to, like, dude, it's just talking it up, and I just don't even want to give Alex that. Okay, fine. That residence is typically used by them on weekends and holidays. Okay, they're talking about Moselle. And there it is, even in writing. The address is 4157 and 4147. Yep. So what's interesting, so is around this time is when they were staying there most of the time, right? Because they were gonna sell that house on Holly Street, also called the house in Hampton. Gloria Satterfield worked for 20 years as a housekeeper and personal assistant to Mr. Murdaugh's mother and to Mr. Murdaugh and his wife Maggie. There was no written employment. How convenient, fucking hell. There was no written employment agreement. Of course there wasn't, motherfucker. There was no, dude, and here's the part. Remember what I said? They paid her. Okay, hold on. Let me just go in order. There was no written employment agreement, and Satterfield could be considered an at-will independent contractor of Mr. and Mrs. Murdaugh. This is insane. 20 years she worked for them, raised the kids. The Murdaughs paid Satterfield $10 per hour. Go ahead and throw up, everybody. Get your buckets. And I mean, this is in 2018. In my mind, I keep thinking, oh, wait, it's 2008. I keep deleting a decade because then I'm like, oh, yeah, maybe in 2008 that. No. Don't do what I'm doing. Don't do what I did. Don't make that same mistake. It's 2018. They paid her $10 an hour and she'd been there for 20 years. I'm pretty sure that would be like not, I don't know what minimum wage is now. That just seems like that's like, let me give you, okay, comparison's sake. When I was a little kid, like elementary, middle school, I babysat. I didn't have any, I had nothing. I had nothing that gave me any type of credentials for that, except I'm available and I'm a kid. And I'll play with your kids while you go out to dinner for, my family and for the neighborhood people and whatnot, right? It wasn't like, it was just word of mouth, right? Like in the, family, friends, neighborhood people, stuff like that. The going rate back then was $20 an hour. And we're talking in the 90s, okay? Doing basically, the kids are usually in bed and you're sitting there watching TV. And then and wait for the parents to come home. Literally, that was it. Watch TV. They let you eat their food, whatever you want to do. I was always excited because I could watch MTV and we didn't have that at my house. Talk on the phone with your friends. $20 an hour. This is insane. Sorry. This is infuriating. Good question. I don't know how much Blanca made, but I would like to know. Yeah, so I'm wondering what minimum wage was then, because I feel like this might have been below minimum wage, and she might not have even known, right? If Alex had said it was a good rate, she probably would have believed him. And the other thing is maybe $10 is what they started her out at, and then they just never increased it, and she didn't know that would be normal. And maybe that was her starting rate 20 years earlier. Then in that case, that would be more fair. And then they just kept it at that. They did everything to diminish any type of responsibility for this employment. Satterfield was not, remember, there was no employment agreement. Fucking hell. Satterfield was not considered a full-time employee of the Murdaughs, and no taxes were deducted from her paycheck. Satterfield would do household chores, babysitting of their children, run errands, and act as a server at parties hosted by the Murdaughs. Satterfield spent considerable time with the Murdaugh family and, as is common in South Carolina, was considered part of the family in a loose sense. Satterfield has no actual kinship to the Murdaughs, however. They want to make that clear. Satterfield had no other employment. I don't even have any words. I'm sorry. I don't have any words. I'm going to keep reading. Mr. Murdaugh considered Satterfield to be very trustworthy and dependable. Satterfield did not wear glasses or contacts, but did use reading glasses for reading. Satterfield was widowed and lived in Furman, South Carolina with her adult son, Brian, who has mild, oh, wow, that's not the right word to use anymore, learning difficulties, let's say. Satterfield's other adult son, Tony, is a registered nurse in Beaufort, South Carolina. Tony is the personal representative of her state. The Murdaughs own 4 pet dogs, several of which have been obedience training and have been trained for hunting and sporting activities. Here's all the details about the dogs. Bubba is a 6-year-old male yellow Labrador retriever, not neutered, and described as affectionate and calm. You guys have a problem with that? Hello? Like what? That just got me out of feeling depressed as fuck, because now I'm confused. Described as affectionate and calm. How many witnesses, one after another, did we hear hard-headed, stubborn, rambunctious? Yeah, and that's exactly right, Super Planner Girl. So she's not just your mama and grandma, but also our maid and a server at parties. Since when is Bubba affectionate and calm? This is what I'm saying. These are there's no need to lie about it, right? He's the reason this is red flags go off for me is because, again, it's just like with the murder trial, lying about things that a reasonable person, like, there's no obvious reason to lie about this. It's something like that, right? We saw it in the trial, and it's like, well, why are you lying about it? Why is he lying? Like, we know Bubba is not affectionate and calm. I mean, I'm sure he's affectionate, but calm, no. No way, no how. And like, why would he say that? I mean, clearly he really wants to sell this story. I would argue that he really wants to put the blame on one specific dog, Bourbon. Maybe because he's worried. I don't know. Maybe he thinks it's going to make it more believable. It's just, yeah, I mean, that's possible. That's possible. I wish it said who described him this way. And like, you know what I mean? It says and described as, but like, I wonder, I don't know if they actually ask each of the family members separately about the dog's demeanors. I think they just ask Alex, sadly. He had been to hunting and obedience training and is obedient. He weighs around 90 pounds. Veterinarian records indicate, like, the fact that they're like, oh, let's make sure they had their shots and exams. How does that have, I'm sorry. It's like putting so much energy on purpose in the wrong direction of what doesn't matter. Like, anyone with half a brain knows, like, that's not going to mean that they trip or don't trip somebody. Hello, you know? Bourbon is a 1.5-year-old female chocolate Labrador retriever described as hyperactive. Yes, we know she's just the worst, apparently. Poor Bourbon, and difficult to command and control, despite having just been at obedience school. And I think that's the whole point, right? Because it doesn't make sense. That's where the blame Brett Lawson, because they want to throw Bourbon under the bus, but yet she's just been at obedience school and just got back. So I think that's why now it's like, oh, well, hang on, that doesn't make any sense, because it doesn't. So now we have to be like, the trainer sucks or whatever, right? Sue him. And then sue him. This is akin. It's akin to going to rehab to try to prove you have a drug addiction. It's like sue the dog trainer to prove that the dog trainer messed up in some way, and that's why nothing makes sense. She had been to hunting and obedience training. She weighs around 55 pounds. While veterinarian records are brief, the records indicate regular exams and prescribed heartworm preventative medicine. Blue is a 1-year-old male Labradoodle and is Bubba's son. And look at this. The way Blue is described is exactly how Bubba's usually described. Hyperactive and constantly escaping from his kennel. Sound like anyone we know? Difficult to command and control. He weighs around 65 pounds. And then Sassy, I think that's Tappy Toes, is a 6-month-old female German short hair pointer puppy. And what's funny is the puppy, you would think, would be actually the one. That's why I think this is Tappy Toes. But a puppy jumping up on someone, trampling underfoot, that's what puppies do. She's a puppy. She was acquired in January and has not had training. So this is so fucking fascinating, right? She's a puppy and she's had no training. I've had a puppy with no training. I know what puppies are like, whether they've had training or not. She weighs around 25 pounds and has a calm disposition. A calm disposition? That to me just sounds like you just got like a person that just got back from the spa and had a facial or something, which I've never had, so I don't even know. It just sounds not like how you would describe a dog. Maybe Bubba was behind the whole thing. Oh, thank you for looking this up, Kit Smits. Minimum wage in 2018 was $7.25 an hour. Okay. Thank you for looking that up. So it's not awful, I guess. I mean, considering she was doing at least 3 different jobs, though, and had been there for over 20 years. And they're providing her with no benefits, obviously, too. So, okay, so Mr. Murdaugh described that normally Bourbon and Blue would be kept in dog kennels at the property. Right, we know. This is what I was saying. And would not roam free. Yes. Actually, all the dogs, but yes. The property has an electric underground dog fence system. We know about that. To keep the dogs close to the house. How funny that this is coming up again, right? What are the fucking odds? Murdaugh described that whenever all the dogs were out of the kennel and in the presence of any people, the dogs would approach people in a friendly, normal, and sociable way, and they tended to compete with each other for affection of people. He described that if someone showed praise or attention to one dog, the other dogs would get jealous. The thing that is so stupid here is like every dog person would expect this is all normal dog behavior. But the reason this is weird is because nobody saw her fall. This sounds like someone working really hard and going way out of their way to explain like all the details to support why someone fell when they don't have the answer. Right? I mean, this is just insane. Not to mention, again, the insurance company would be trying to fight this. Normally, an insurance company would be like, well, no one saw her fall. We don't know. We don't know how she fell. We're not liable. You know, this is... Bourbon was sent to Brett Lawson, poor Brett, a dog trainer in Jasper County, for obedience and hunting training. A goal of the training was to calm the dog down. Murdaugh felt the training was helpful. While the dates are unclear, Bourbon was picked from obedience training a day or just a few days before the incident. And I was right. Remember, I was like, I bet that's Bourbon. Sure enough. I'm sorry, Bourbon. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. They're blaming you for a murder. It's fucked up. On the incident date, Mr. Murdaugh left from the Moselle house to go to work around 8 a.m. This was the part I was waiting for. Since when? Does he ever go to work at 8 a.m.? Never. His son Paul, age 19, was inside the house. His wife Maggie and his son Paul were inside. Why does it have that twice? Okay, whatever. A property caretaker, Ronnie, was at the property, but not in view of the house because he was at the kennels with the dog. What? Never mind. I've already said it. Satterfield drove to the house to pick up a paycheck, parked, and apparently, right, because no one was there, was walking up the front steps. Below are 2 photographs of the subject stairs at the front. Why are we not focusing on the fact, I say we as in the insurance company, that no one saw her fall and really knows anything? But no, let's just take pictures. I mean, at least that was cute. I interviewed Alex, Maggie, and Paul. All right, now here they're summarizing what we heard from the video or audio interview. But here's some more details that we didn't get. So Alex left the house that morning at about, and actually remember in bold, he said it was new. So actually some of this is going to be new, added to from what we already heard. They came back for more details. Alex left the house that morning at 7:45 to go to his office in Hampton. He had been at work about 2 hours. Okay. Are you guys seeing any problems here? So it says, okay, so here, remember the bold, I'm glad I read that part at the beginning where he says anything bold is new, updated. So what they did is they left the original details, but anything that was from subsequent interviews, they put in bold. So that way you can actually see what was there and then what was added, right? Which is actually really smart. So this says he left from the house to go to work around 8. And then this in bold says he left at 7:45. He had been at work about 2 hours. Do you guys remember what time the 911 call was? Good night, super planner girl. I mean, I agree. Wait, what's happening? The ambiance? I initially thought that said ambulance because, you know, the ambiance is going to get, what are you saying, wifey? I don't know what you mean. Okay, so, but do you guys see what I mean there? So it says he'd been at work about 2 hours when he got a call from Maggie. Okay, so let me say this. So we will see what Maggie says. It was my understanding, I could be wrong, but we'll see what Maggie says, that she called Alex before 911, like I already said. Maybe that's in Maggie's statement. I can't remember. But regardless, let's go with what we have here first. So if he did get a call from Maggie about 2 hours after he goes to work, let's say, because he says 8 o'clock, so that'd be 10 o'clock. That would mean because she called 911 at 9:42, or sorry, 9:24. In other words, it sounds like he's kind of distancing himself, right? From actually, justice is fucking familiar. But then he says he arrived before EMS did. He found Satterfield sitting on the brick landing at the base of the steps. She was semi-conscious, knew who she was, and had blood on her head and face. There was a pool of blood, we already know, indicated. Now here, remember earlier I pointed out how it bothered me that they used the word told. They fixed it. They went back, and I bet this person went back and listened again to the recording and noticed it was important that he says indicated, and this time they used that same languaging. I'm very happy to see that. Indicated something to him about the dogs tripped her up. Oh, you're probably right, Kitsmits. Thank you, Ambien. Yes, thank you. I know. I don't know. It's standard Murdaugh, right? Confusing as fuck, makes no sense. I don't know. We're going to try to sort it out. It's just a disaster. Why? Yeah, it does not math. The things that should be easy, basic, knowable. EMS arrived and took over care. EMS debated whether to have a helicopter land in the community somewhere to transport Satterfield to a trauma center. EMS decided to drive Satterfield to Carleton Medical Center in Walterboro, about 30 minutes away, as we saw, and put her on a helicopter there. Alex followed the ambulance to Walterboro. Why? Anyway, I mean, besides the ambulance chaser jokes, he was given Satterfield's purse. Oh, maybe that's supposed to be why? But why would they give him her? Anyway, just before she was put on the helicopter. They gave him her purse. Does he just keep it? Probably. Alex drove. So you know what, DSN, where you made that joke about the check? Did Alex keep the check? It sounds like it. Fucking sounds like it. Dude. Wow. Alex drove back to his house in Moselle. He attempted to call and text Satterfield's brother, but did not speak with him. Alex told me that he had heard from one or more of Satterfield's relatives. He can't really recall. Was that Wait, what? Hang on. Let me read that part again. Alex told me that he heard from one or more of Satterfield's relatives, he cannot really recall, was that Satterfield had reported that the dogs had tripped her up. Pardon? I hope they interview all of the relatives that visited her at the hospital, because this sounds like trying to bolster his statement. Doesn't it? Does it not? Because we already know, we heard, this has already been stated several times already in this document, that from Alex says that Gloria mentioned the thing about the dogs before she went to the hospital, right? And before EMS got there, right? Conveniently. No one else heard this. But now, all of a sudden, Alex hears from one or more people of Satterfield's relatives, but he can't remember who, that she also said to them that the dogs tripped her up. Alex never visited Satterfield in the hospital. I know, right? 100% quadruple hearsay. Yes, I know, right? It is. All the layers of hearsay. Yeah, 100%. Alex never visited Satterfield in the hospital. Alex attended Satterfield's funeral. All right, what does Maggie say? I interviewed Maggie Murdaugh by telephone about 2 weeks ago. Maggie described that the morning of the incident, she was in bed asleep. Her son Paul was asleep in his bedroom. There it is. Boom. That's what I was waiting for. Okay, you guys hear this? Check it out. Maggie described, just when you think it can't get any worse. Maggie described that the morning of the incident, she was in bed asleep. Her son Paul was asleep in his bedroom. Maggie expected Satterfield to arrive at the house at some point that day. The 4 dogs were outside the house and were seldom let inside the house, right? We know that. Here's the bit about Bourbon. 2 employees, Ronnie Freeman and Travis Martin, were on the property working, but were not near the house because they were at the kennels. Maggie heard the dogs bark. Notice how did the dogs get there? They skip over that. Maggie and Paul, first of all, Maggie and Paul are asleep. So 2 things don't make sense. Why would Gloria come to the house when the people who are going to be there, well, one of them is maybe at work, right? And the others are asleep. And you need to pick up the check and meet with Maggie for that. Or I guess you could have met with Alex. But that doesn't make any sense. And the second of all, the dogs. Why? You've got a house that has 2 occupants that are both asleep, and then the dogs are just roaming around outside the house with no people? I mean, never mind the fact that there's an electric fence. It just doesn't make any sense. And the people who take care of the dogs are at the kennels where the dogs usually are. So Kitsmith is saying, yeah, so the dogs. So what we should do, the best way to answer that is to listen again to Roger Dale Davis's Jr.'s testimony, who I will say is like the best witness. He describes that whole routine. And I don't remember what he says about the dogs. I know the dogs are out when he's cleaning the kennels. I don't recall anything sounding like the dogs make it all the way to the house because the house is quite far. And actually, we do hear from Alex talking about the routine with the dogs. And, he talks, well, here, hold on. Actually, did I include that part? The part about sniffing around? Let me just see if I have that in this video.
And Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and it's marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do. When Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was.
So the thing is that the dogs being out isn't the surprising thing. It's them being at the house because it sounds like from all the testimony in the trial, they didn't spend all that much time at the house. But what we know they want to do is they want to go chase the chickens and the guineas. So even if they had a different way of doing things, I just don't know. Like, I don't know that the dogs even would have had, like, we heard there was testimony. I don't know that I played it. It was from maybe Maggie's sister. They actually asked about how Maggie transported the dogs to and from the kennels if they were at the house, and they put them in the vehicles. So I don't know that the dogs even would have that much experience in terms of going on foot. You know what I mean? Again, everybody took the vehicles. So I don't know. I'm just, again, thinking about too, like how far of a distance it is that I mean, is it possible? I guess it's possible, but does it seem likely from everything we know, given the typical habits and behaviors? It just seems like it seems like they stayed in that area. And if they were going to run off, they would have ran off to go follow some animals. You know what I mean? That's just my own interpretation of the testimony from trial. So yeah, so that's a good thought. I mean, now if she took the kennel entrance, that could make some sense. That could make sense. That would make sense if she took, that's a good thought, if she took the kennel entrance. And And unfortunately, I mean, I guess what we could do is we could go and look, and Alex says he thinks she lives in Jasper. Let's see. Let's see something here. I think he said Jasper, right? Jasper. Oh, no, sorry, Furman. It was Furman. Furman. So let's do this. Wow, look at there's Georgia. So check it out. This is the same way that they drove from the house to everywhere. So to get to Alameda, to get to PMPED. So it's like basically the only difference is for Gloria, it's the same exact fucking route that I have like memorized now, but she keeps going. It's a longer drive. But see, here's Alameda. We've looked at this so many times. So basically, the way she would have approached the house would have been the same as everybody else, essentially. You have the two options, but everybody else went this way. So there's Salkehatchie. See, it seems like what does this one say? Doing that side panel. Like, it seems like everyone else went this way from the trial. Now, the reason I'm mentioning this is because if Gloria came to the house, so she's coming over here, if she went do-do-do-do-do, beep, 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 and went this way, which is possible, right? Then in that case, it actually would make sense for her to go, maybe, right? To go through the kennel entrance and go, and then go to the house. That seems possible. It's a good thought. The way that everybody else always went from everything in the trial, they always went this way. Again, that's not her though, but that's what everybody else did. And they would go this way. In that case, it would make probably more sense to go this way. And, there was so much talk about this at the trial. They would say that, like, for example, Maggie would go and take this entrance if she was going to pick up mail, because remember, that's where the Amazon package would be left, because that's where the mailbox is. So if someone was going to get the mail, then they would maybe go this way. But they would usually take this main entrance. But I could see if you're coming from this direction, potentially. But even still, you would spend more time going slow on the property and on the dirt and whatnot. I mean, if it was me and I was coming this way, it would still make more sense to go in this entrance, right? Because that just makes more sense. It's more direct, it'd be faster. We've seen the dirt, it's gravel and dirt, and you have to, and especially if there's dogs out, right? You'd have to go real slow. I mean, I don't know. It's not like she may or may not have been in a hurry. It's just, we don't know. We don't know. Good night, DSN. So I'm just kind of thinking that through, because that is a good point here, Kit Smits. So thank you to everyone who has been joining us and whoever went to bed. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. I had a blast. Thank you for making my face hurt from laughing. So yeah, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that, Kit Smits? All we can do is do our best to try to explore those options. But some of this stuff, there might be more answers. We don't know coming up in these documents. We'll see. But that's what we've got for now. So, okay. So Alex attended her funeral, as we know. It's where he approached. Okay, wait, we were already past that. Sorry. We were here. Okay. Yeah, I agree, Kit Smits, that with the info we have, it's hard to say anything definitively. I know. Yep. And again, everyone who was there is dead except for Alex and the dogs. So Maggie heard the dogs barking in an unusual tone as if something had happened. She went out the front door and found Satterfield lying on her back, head toward the bottom of the stairs with a bleeding head wound. Satterfield was not carrying any objects. Satterfield's eyes were open. She was conscious and she was mumbling gibberish. Satterfield did not, what happened? I guess say what happened. Maggie shouted, "Oh my God!" The 4 dogs were walking near Satterfield. Maggie's son Paul came outside. Ronnie Freeman and Travis Martin came up to the house. How did they know to come up to the house? Maggie called 911. So this is even worse than I thought. I don't know why I was thinking that somewhere it states, if it was going to state anywhere that Maggie called Alex before 911, it would be in Maggie's statement. But what it says, this is even worse. It says Maggie called 911. Maggie put all the dogs inside after she called. Okay, so here's the thing. From Maggie's statement, remember, part of this is like, why Maggie, right? Like, this is interesting. So how does that work for Alex's fucking timeline, right? If he arrives, and they say it again here, which is interesting. Alex arrives before EMS. How then? The only way that this is possible is if Maggie calls Alex before, but well before. And maybe the reason I'm thinking, I had thought that maybe that's something that Alex says later. Maybe that's where I got that idea from. And I forgot that it was Alex that said it. Maggie does not indicate that. These are in order of what happened. Ronnie, 4 dogs were walking near Satterfield. Maggie's son Paul came outside. Ronnie Freeman and Travis Martin came up to the house. Maggie called 911 and sent Travis to the highway. We heard that on the phone on the 911 call. No one rendered first aid before EMS arrived. Maggie put all the dogs inside the house. Again, what's weird is that we don't hear any barking on that 911 call. Alex arrived before EMS. So far, she hasn't said yet. So we're going to see what happens. Yes, exactly, Kit Smith. The other voices in the background could have been trapped. Absolutely. That does make sense. Yeah, that does make sense. Because we didn't know that at the time yet. But going through this, absolutely, it sounds like that's what it was. And then it does make sense because Paul even says that one of the dudes is out there on the 4x4. That makes sense. And yeah, given her what she doesn't say, you know what? That's a good point. She doesn't say she called Alex at all. Let's wrap our heads around that for a second. She does not say she called Alex. How did Alex get there? How did he know? Thank you for pointing that out, because I was just thinking that, like, wait, I'm sorry, I hadn't let that sink in, because that's actually really, this is just worse than I thought. She doesn't even say she called him. She doesn't even say she called him at all. I don't see how that's possible, especially when the order of events involves when he shows up. Like, it looks like she must have said this, or maybe they asked her. Maybe she wasn't talking about Alex at all. And they're like, oh, when did he arrive? And then she's like, oh, he arrived before EMS. Maybe she was just leaving him out of it and not giving any details. And then they prompted her with this question. Because, maybe they're not as concerned at, the insurance person. Right. This isn't a detective. Let's just remember, this is an insurance adjuster. Maybe they're not as concerned as to when she called him, but they're just more concerned about when he arrives because he has to have heard that statement, right? That's why. He arrives, that's why. Because if he's, this entire thing hinges on him, A, being at the house, B, being at the house before EMS gets there, because C, he has to hear this statement about the dogs that EMS, because there's no other witnesses to it. And it'll be interesting to see what Paul says too, because he might know. Carleton County EMS, an ambulance, and a fire truck arrived and took over care of Satterfield. Satterfield told. So this would be something that she said to the ambulance, to the EMS people. Maggie tried to call Satterfield's son Tony and Satterfield's sister Ginger. Tony called back, and Tony Satterfield, and told Satterfield was injured and being taken to a hospital. EMS initially planned to drive Satterfield to a recreation. Okay, here we go. That makes sense. Then that's why that field came up. EMS initially planned to drive Satterfield to a recreational field a few miles away. That's the one that's on that owned by that Barry Murdoch, for a helicopter to land and transport Satterfield to Charleston. They decided not to do that. So this doesn't make it clear if the Murdochs made that decision or who made that decision. Because again, it kept seeming like they were going to land there. And in the CAD report, it didn't give a reason why they didn't. They decided not to do that. And instead, EMS drove Satterfield to Carleton Regional Medical Center, about 30 minutes away. It's interesting. I don't want to speculate, but, you know, let me pull up the CAD report again. So, right, like there it is right there. 318 Moselle Road. Again, that's how we found out about that whole Murdoch Avenue. 318 Moselle Road, landing zone 12. Care flight expects M18 advanced care. They will meet at the helipad. Care flight expects it's just weird that it's not. It seems like there should be a reason, right? Whatever the reason is, if it's just it's not protocol or it's not allowed or it's not safe. Like, I mean, because people, you know, one of the things that was brought up in just whatever people have talked about, again, no one's gone over all this stuff, but in terms of the 911 call, people kept asking, well, why didn't they just land on the property? Because they have an airstrip, right? And it's the same type of question where it's like, well, we don't really know, but my thought was maybe the trees. I mean, but what's weird is it doesn't give a reason. It just says they decided not to. Who's they, right? EMS initially planned to drive Satterfield to a recreational field a few miles away for a helicopter to land and transport Satterfield to Charleston. They? Who's they? That's the thing, because that could be referring to the EMS, or it could be referring to the Murdochs, that they made the decision. I don't know. They decided not to do that, and instead EMS drove Satterfield to Carleton County Regional Medical, 30 minutes away. Maggie and Alex drove separate vehicles. Maggie drove straight to Trident Hospital in North Charleston, where Satterfield arrived and was admitted. Maggie met Satterfield's relatives, Tony, Sandra, and Ginger at the hospital. Maggie saw Satterfield in the ICU. She was sleeping, but occasionally woke and stated her head was, hurt, and she was cold. Maggie said she never visited Satterfield alone. Maggie recalled at the time of Satterfield's admission, it was the peak of flu season and patients were on gurneys in the hallway. Satterfield never told Maggie why she fell. Now remember, this, I'm saying this out loud for myself, that this is in bold because it was added after the fact. So this is, in other words, Maggie was not interviewed immediately after this event. I don't think. In fact, it says here, so this is November 6th, 2018, when this document is being typed up. And it says that they talk on the phone. I have it somewhere. 2 weeks ago. So this would have been months and months and months after the event, or after the accident, because this would have been what, end of October-ish, middle of October or something like that. And the accident was February 2nd. I mean, so we're talking 9 months or something, almost a year, pushing a long time after the actual fall. And then after her death, she died on February 28th, I think it was, or sorry, 26th. So but they maybe, I don't know, I'm just thinking, because again, this is in bold, which means it's updated. So yeah, she never visited her alone. Maggie recalled that at the time of Satterfield's admission, it was the peak. Oh, I already read that part. Okay, yeah. Satterfield never told Maggie why Satterfield fell. All right. Maggie said that Satterfield's relatives told Maggie that. Okay, Maggie said that Satterfield's relatives told her that the dogs tripped Gloria up. What? So in other words, what this isn't saying Gloria told her family that the dogs tripped her up, or the family says that Gloria said the dogs tripped. This is saying, this is again like quadruple hearsay. This is like saying, it's like blaming, it's like saying the relatives said that the relatives were like, oh yeah, the dogs tripped her up, but the relatives are not even indicating that Gloria said this. This is just very weird. Like, how would the relatives even know that unless Gloria said so? Unless Alex told them. That would make sense if Alex was like, oh yeah, and then they repeated that. Maggie said she visited Satterfield about 5 or 6 times, and that Satterfield was always 2 steps forward, but 1 step back in her recovery. Eventually, Maggie knew that Satterfield was declining and near death, and Maggie was not surprised by that. When Satterfield, I guess that's just to say died, the family called Maggie to let her know. The family never discussed any legal issues or made accusations to Maggie or Alex. Well, no, we saw how they talked about her in the obituary, or sorry, how she talked about them. Maggie said that the chocolate lab bourbon was, quote, just horrible and always whining, seeking attention and getting excited. Maggie said it was not uncommon for the 4 dogs who were friendly to visitors to get under people's feet. Again, that's not surprising when people came to the house. Maggie said that Satterfield knew the 4 dogs and had never experienced any problems with them. Maggie said that Satterfield had no perceived health problems that made her unsteady when standing or walking. I asked Maggie what she thinks happened in the incident, which is stupid because she wasn't there, but whatever. She believes 1 or more of the dogs got in Satterfield's way as Satterfield was coming up the steps. Yes. So, okay. Yes. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Kitsmits. You're right. I didn't switch my screen. Oh my God. I thought I did. I'm so sorry. I've been reading this and thinking, and I wasn't even looking over here. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Was the weather bad? I think they said they checked the weather, but unable to get something. Yes, so Matt, correct. That's correct. So yes, so let me scroll back to where, let's see. Okay, this is where I was now that you can see my cursor. This was the they part. Yeah. Satterfield never told Maggie why Satterfield fell. Yeah. And I'll read it again just because now that you can see it and follow along. Maggie said that Satterfield's relatives told Maggie that the dogs tripped Gloria up. Yeah. Maggie said that Satterfield's relatives told Maggie. The thing that, yeah. One thing that's missing is, even according to Alex, what's missing is Gloria say, okay, remember, Gloria is able to speak because she does speak to the EMS people. We do have a statement when she says that the president is Bill Clinton. So she's able to talk. But what we don't have is her talking and saying with words that what happened to her. We have Alex saying that she indicated, right? And then maybe he's spreading that word and everyone's believing it. And then that's what everyone's repeating. But see, Maggie would have still heard that from Alex first, right? Before the relatives. Like that seems weird. Why is she relying on what the relatives, like, Alex would have said, wouldn't you imagine, like, if Alex heard that statement or was there when she indicated it, whatever, and then EMS whisks her away, wouldn't Alex have told Maggie, yeah, she said it was the dogs, or she indicated it was the dogs? I don't know. There's a lot. Eventually, Maggie knew that Satterfield was declining, blah, blah. Maggie said that Bourbon, the chocolate lab, was just horrible and always whining, seeking attention, getting excited. Maggie said it was not uncommon for the 4 dogs to get under people's feet. Maggie said that Satterfield knew the 4 dogs, had never experienced any problems with them. Maggie said that Satterfield had no perceived health problems that made her unsteady when standing or walking. I asked Maggie what she thinks happened in the incident, and she believes one or more of the dogs got in Satterfield's way as Satterfield was coming up the steps. Like, you can ask anybody what they believe, and what they believe can be anything. The earth is flat, portals in closets, all kinds of things. Yes. So yeah, I don't know. It's tough because it's like, well, when a horrible event happens immediately. Well, first of all, what I can say is from the 911 call, sadly, Maggie and Paul don't sound very distraught. They sound annoyed. I hate to say that, but that's what it sounds like. And so whether or not they might have had memory issues due to like a traumatic event, I don't know. But it's tricky because, like, let's say that that's the case. It's tricky because it's like, well, with anybody, if they're going through a traumatic event, immediately after, like, they can respond to trauma and have their memory. But then what's the solution, right? Because then if you interview them later after maybe it's not so traumatic and they feel like they can talk about, well, then their memory is not as accurate because time has passed. So it's a kind of a catch-22, isn't it? Right? Like, do you want to go with are you going to rely on something that's more contemporaneous, or are you going to rely on something that was made maybe out when they weren't in such an emotional state? Or do you, maybe the best solution is to interview people a few days after, because maybe then they're not in such a traumatic state, but maybe that's still contemporaneous enough to where it's less likely to have memory issues. Kitsmits, this is a good question, and they should have. That's nowhere in any of these reports. That's all I can say. And it's shocking that they didn't. But we might get some answers as to why that is shortly, maybe on the next episode, because there's a lot that's going to come up in these court documents. Nothing about, again, like I said, nothing about this is standard practice, and this is all very highly unusual in every way. So I think normally that they would have probably interviewed them, and I think they should have, but they didn't in this case. All right, let's see what Paul says. So Paul is the son of Alex and Maggie. I interviewed him telephonically. What a funny word. About 2 weeks ago. Here's his date of birth. He lives with his parents and is a college student. Blah, blah. At the time of the fall incident, Paul was asleep in his downstairs bedroom. He heard the dogs barking, which was typical when someone was coming up the driveway. So this would make it seem like the dogs were already outside the house when the car pulls up, right? Like if someone's coming up the driveway, like if he hears the dogs barking, I would think, and he's asleep, they must be at the house. Like that makes sense. Like if you think about dogs barking, like again, one of the things I was thinking could be a potential explanation was like if she came through the kennel entrance and like they followed the car, right, type thing. But with this information, Paul's describing waking up from the dogs barking, which means they must have been at the house. So this gives me a different picture from what he's saying of them hanging out maybe on the porch. He's asleep, but then they see a car and they start barking. That makes sense. So that would mean they had already been there. He heard his mother call to him and knew something was wrong. He went on the front porch and saw Satterfield had fallen off the front steps. Maggie Murdaugh was rushing to get a telephone. Satterfield's feet were on the second or third step from the bottom, and she was laying on her back. She was bleeding from a head wound, and blood was on the brick landing area. Satterfield was awake, making weird noises and not making any sense. Paul did not try to talk with her. Paul remembers that his father, Alex, arrived. Still no mention about anyone calling him. And asked what happened, and that Satterfield... Okay, let me say it this way. So far, the only thing in the record we have that mentions anybody calling Alex is from Alex. Paul remembers that his father, Alex, arrived and asked what happened, and that Satterfield, quote, said something about the dogs. Satterfield started throwing up, and so Alex and Paul sat her up while they waited for EMS to arrive. EMS arrived and asked Satterfield her name, which she was able to give. I would hope that they got that information from EMS. I would hope that that's from EMS, so that's accurate, that she was able to give her name. Paul has not spoken with Satterfield's relatives about the incident, and he did not attend the funeral. Social media was harvested for Miss Satterfield's son, Tony, who is a nurse in Beaufort, South Carolina. Tony Satterfield's Facebook page is largely public. Okay, so it sounds like he's giving some updates here. At the time he reported that Miss Satterfield was responding over the next week, he reported on her condition and that the hematoma was going down. She had surgery to place a plate near her ribs for stabilization on February 5th. On February 10th, she was placed on a BiPAP machine due to low oxygen levels. On February 11th, transferred back to the ICU. She's observed for the next week and reported that she was attempting to speak. Her vitals remained on the edge, and the doctors were continuing monitoring for whether she needed to be placed on life support to maintain her vitals. And then on February 18th, Tony reported that PT came and met with Miss Satterfield, and she attempted to sit on the side of the bed. She was so that sounds promising. She was to undergo a swallow test on February 19th. A February 20th post stated that her heart stopped, and she was revived by CPR and placed on a ventilator. On February 22nd, Tony reported that Miss Satterfield was alive, but still on a ventilator with no gag reflex, but reported good labs and continued monitoring. He also noted that she had opened her eyes for a few occasions, but it was unknown if it was due to brain activity. On February 25th, so this is just 3 days later after that, she had an MRI and the EEG showing a great amount of blood in the brain. And that same day she died. Wow, that's insane. Where is mention, though, of the pneumonia? I'm confused. Because they mentioned pneumonia earlier? Was that Alex who said that? Based on an ISO report. So again, this is information that is being given from Tony Satterfield, but he's a nurse. So he's actually giving the most specific in terms of her medical condition of anybody. I don't see anything about the pneumonia, though. Based on an ISO report, Satterfield was in a motor vehicle accident of some sort on February 1st, so the day prior to the incident. According to the report, her vehicle struck a parked car. We don't have any details about that event yet, and Mr. Murdaugh was not aware of it until this fellow mentioned it. He believes that it would have been a low-impact accident. And we already know this about her sons. Okay, so this is a whole other can of worms here. I think I'm going to wait to do this for the next one because I think what's good about this is we got through all of the testimony and from everyone who, obviously Alex, Maggie, and Paul, but also from Tony, of what they said happened. But now we're about to get into a whole other thing where it's going to be discussing more about the aspect of the legal side of insurance and strategy they're going to start assessing what the case is worth. It's just a whole different type of thing. That's where it's going to get into medical stuff. It's going to be a way more, what's the right word? They're going to be evaluating the case and trying to figure out how much they could sue for and should they settle or not, and what are the policy limits, and basically looking at, it's like looking at this entire thing as math. How can they not lose the most money? You know what I mean? So it's also just going to be a lot more information, different types of information. And I still have a lot of questions because this is wild that no one is talking about that Alex was called except for Alex. I can't wrap my head around that. How is that even possible? Like, no one. Like, imagine if you're trying to remember they're asking, what did you do next, right? And Maggie says, yeah, she went and or Paul says Maggie goes and gets her phone. But Maggie talks about calling 911. I think she mentions calling somebody else, maybe Travis or one of the dudes. But she in other words, in that time frame, she's mentioning the things that she did. There's no mention of the call. And the same thing with Paul. Paul's like, yeah, Maggie, she goes to get her phone. She calls 911 or whatever. It's like there's no mention of Alex until Alex arrives from both of them. And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, someone did mention pneumonia. Let me do this. I can't remember who it was, but it's interesting that it's not. It's fishy to me because why would Tony, like, that would have been the place for it. He was giving all the specific day by day. Okay, this is in the part we actually didn't do yet, but there was another, hold on, but it was mentioned in the part we did do. So let me go back. Okay, here we go. This is where we would have seen it. So this is the summary from the insurance adjuster. He mentions it. I don't know I don't know where he got that from. Maybe that will be in the subsequent part that we're going to save for next time where he's talking about the medical stuff, but I don't know why it didn't pop up in Tony's description of all the stuff, because he was giving really specifically. It doesn't. I don't know. What you got, Kit Smits? Yeah, I know, right? Alex just arrived. He appeared, materialized. Yes, that's exactly what it looks like. And I agree. Yeah, very interesting that the doctors make no mention of the dogs, only the Murdaughs and maybe the Satterfields, but we only have Murdaugh's words to go on for that. Yeah. I'm waiting with bated breath for your conspiratorial thought or any thought. It's so crazy because there was enough questions even when I was under the impression that I was under before just now. I was still under assumption that Maggie had reported when she called Alex, but now it's just worse. Yeah, that's entirely possible, Kitsmits. Yeah, that's entirely possible. Yeah. But why did they need, here's the thing though, even if that's, and then that's absolutely true. But here's the thing that doesn't fit though, regardless of any of it, is that what the deal without, like, they just as likely could have had Paul or Maggie say the statement about indicating about the dogs, right? Why Alex? What's the deal with Alex materializing out of nowhere, and he's the one that gets that here is witness to that indication, because it's not a statement. What, there's something there about Alex being in. And not to mention, he gives more detail than either of them, right? Their statements about what happened are pretty brief. And he gives so much detail. But he wasn't even there initially. It just. No, I agree with this. I agree with that. It's that he would have been the one to push it for the insurance fraud. But the thing is that like, I guess it sort of depends. Would the dog thing have been something that, when did that come into play? Like, was it like, when did they get that story together if it's a story? You know what I mean? Is it possible that, I guess what would be helpful to know is, when was the first time Alex said anything about Gloria indicating the dogs? I mean, it seems like it was the day of. That's the thing. It seems like it was the day of, because the rumor, it sounds like, had started to spread, just given all the hearsay. Again, it's hard to know, but it sounds like he told the relatives that. So I don't know. Or was it something that they started to generate months after? I don't know. Because they would have had to have the statement the statement of Alex's, right, about the indication needed to happen sooner rather than later to make it seem contemporaneous. Yeah, we don't know. But the other thing that is still a big part of this, why was Gloria going to a house with two people who were asleep to pick up a check when she needed them? Like, did Alex call her and say, hey, come get the check here? And that, because why would she go over there? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, someone would have had to give her a reason, right? Or you would have thought she would have talked with Maggie and just, they would have been like, yeah, come on. You know what I mean? There is no mention of the dogs at all in the 911 call. They're not mentioned by anybody in the 911 call. Nope. There's no mention of the dogs in any way, shape, or form at all. And there's no barking either. Yeah, I know, because it doesn't make any sense. And either Paul and Maggie were asleep, so they don't know exactly what happened, or there's something else that happened and they're having to lie and say they were asleep to make it seem plausible that they didn't witness. I mean, there's just, because the whole thing about him arriving before EMS doesn't make any sense. And especially given the fact that there is no record now that Maggie called him. Again, it was a stretch anyway. Even if she did call him before EMS, it was a stretch. Again, and that's the thing, is he would have had to really have everything on his side to be EMS there. And clearly it didn't work in his favor on going the opposite direction, but the other thing is, we know he didn't go to work at that time. And there's so much here. It's just like with everything else in the trial. It's like, it's easy to forget some of these key things. He didn't go to work in the morning, right? That's the other thing. I mean, maybe, like I keep saying, someone would have had to be there to get awake to give her the check. Maybe that person was Alex. Maybe Maggie and Paul were asleep in their beds. And Alex was the one who was like, hey, it's okay for you to come by and get a check. Yeah, she would have known their habits. Absolutely. Yeah. No, she wasn't supposed to work that day. And actually, it said in one of the parts here that I think it was in Maggie's statement that something like she expected her to come by and get a check, but thought she was going to come by later, it said. So, right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Alex, it's interesting too. These are going to warrant going over again many times, because the other thing that's missing, I don't recall Maggie saying anything about the check. Do you? Like, back up, because again, we have to keep remembering how much stuff Alex plans in her heads, because I don't think Maggie even mentions anything about the check or any reason why she's coming over. That's all from Alex, is it not? Hold on. Wow. Like, there's nothing in here about. And remember, Alex says Maggie told him, right? That's on the audio one. He's like, Maggie, he's like, I didn't think she was supposed to come over. That's what, dude, hold on. Let's just listen to that very beginning. I'm having deja vu from the trial.
Thursday, March 29th, time's approximately 11:15 a.m. I'm meeting with Alexander Murdaugh. Mr. Murdaugh, you understand I'm recording this statement?
Yes, sir.
And I'm doing so with your permission?
Yes, sir.
Can I have your full name, please?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And do you go by Alexander?
I go by Alec.
Okay. And that's short for Alexander, obviously.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you understood. I already asked you that. What's your home address?
It is 515 Holly Street, Extension, Hampton, South Carolina, 29924.
Is that your primary residence address?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
Since January of 2000, so 18 years. Well, 17 years and some.
Alec, you and I have been meeting to talk about an occurrence that happened here at the property involving a Gloria Satterfield back on February 2nd of this year, which was a Friday. And you recall the incident I'm referring to?
Yes, sir.
All right. I wanted to ask you some questions about, why don't you just go ahead and start off by filling me in as to how your day unfolded that day?
I went to work that morning and I received a phone call from my wife that Gloria was injured, seriously injured, and asking me if I could come home. I immediately left and headed to Moselle. It's about a 12 to 13 minute ride under normal circumstances, and I appreciated the fact that this was a serious injury, so I would estimate that I made it in probably 10 minutes or so. Upon arriving, found Gloria, my wife, my son Paul, and my employee Ronnie Freeman on we call it a patio for lack of a better term, landing area at the bottom of the steps. Gloria was there, sitting up, big pool of blood, a lot of blood on the side of her face, and shortly after I arrived here, EMS arrived and tended to her.
Did you know Gloria was coming to your house that day?
I didn't.
Okay.
But
Was that uncommon? Was that uncommon for Gloria to be here at your house?
Good point.
uncommon for her to be here?
Yeah. Was it? I mean, did you said when you left for work that morning, you didn't know that Gloria was going to be coming to work? I mean, coming for any purpose to the house.
I didn't know that day.
Right.
My wife knew she was coming.
Okay. Did you? And when you talked with your wife, you understood that she was coming for what reason?
Gloria was coming to be paid. My mom inadvertently left town without paying Gloria for work and had asked.
That's a good point. No times for when he got to work or got the call. He talks about how fast he drove home. Yeah. I want to hear this part again too, because this is just the part that reminds me so much of his first slide interview.
Had asked Maggie to pay her on her behalf. And so Gloria was coming. Gloria paid. My mom inadvertently left town without paying Gloria.
Sorry.
Coming.
Okay. Did you? And when you talked with your wife, you understood that she was coming for what reason?
Gloria was coming to be paid. My mom inadvertently left town without paying Gloria for work and had asked Maggie to pay her on her behalf. And so Gloria was coming here to get paid.
Okay. And were you able to speak with Gloria before she was taken away in the ambulance?
I was.
Okay. Did you ask her what happened?
Sure, I asked her what happened. I mean, the first thing I was making sure that Gloria, I was trying to assess her mental capability at the time. Did she know where she was? Did she know what was going on? That type of thing. And, asking her if she knew me. Did she know Maggie? Did she know Paul? Did she know Ronnie? Did she know where she was? So
how was she responding to this?
She knew those things. She knew where she was. She knew who I was. I mean, she obviously was not functioning at full capacity, but she did. She knew those things.
Okay. And then the ambulance removed her, and did you follow the ambulance after that?
I did.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's one of those things, man. I mean, I think that it's like going to be worth reviewing a lot of that. It's just like in the trial, right? Like going over his state, because and all of us have like way less exposure, right, to this information. I mean, most people don't, like, this is not stuff that's as widely known. Whereas, we had watched the trial, most of us had watched the trial before, sometimes more than once, and even still, there was so much, right? So this is like a whole new territory because this is information that is completely not known, right? It's not, everyone knows what happened to her, broadly speaking, but these details are not known, are not talked about and not covered. And even if you try to go through it, it's a mess. So just like with everything else Murdaugh related, right? Just like, well, none of this makes sense. So I think that it's going to be worth going over, you know, the way we have with other things where, you know, sometimes it's like we thought we had one thing solved and then we learned a new piece of information and then, you know, then it opened another thing back up. But eventually things started to come together in a picture that made sense. And it's just kind of like all these lingering questions and then the inconsistencies. And so let me pull back. Oh, I realized I didn't share my thing. Well, not like I'm not really showing anything anyway, but I will. So we're gonna pick up with this and then we're gonna get into the confession of judgment and get into these other lawsuits. There's a lot. There's a lot happening after this. Because the problem is, at the end of the day, how she died matters, not just because it matters. I mean, obviously it matters, but remember, those two boys lost their home because of what happened to her and the medical bills. Well, Alex knew that and stole their money. That was for them from the lawsuit, from his insurance company. And so the problem, among all the other problems, is that how she died matters because it matters based on the insurance, and the insurance is responsible for the money. So we're going to see how all that unfolds. Knew where all that money, I don't think they ever knew that I don't think they ever had the money. They were not living the high life. Maggie wasn't going out shopping and, you know, buying fancy, like the way that the amount of money he took, if people know you have that, there's going to be evidence of that because of the expensive things. I mean, it's just, there's no way around that. Like, I don't think they had any idea. I don't think he put it in a bank account or any of that. We know he laundered it for sure, right? We know he laundered it. We know he was having Cousin Eddie cash checks. I don't think he put it in a joint bank account, you know? Yeah. I think that Maggie thought that they probably had as much money as I wonder if they even really talked about it. Like the only indication we have is like the parts where she's talking about how she was stressed out about the boat case. But her words that she said to Blanca was like, at the time, I think they were thinking they were going to get sued for like $20 million. And her words to Blanca were, Blanca, we don't have that kind of money. I mean, it's like, that's so not even, like, it's so accurate, but also inaccurate, right? Because like he stole way more than that. In other words, they should have that kind of money, but they don't. And so the whole thing is just odd, but it's like, I wonder if that's all she knew was like, they talked about her and Alex maybe mentioned the lawsuit and there was a figure involved and Alex said, yeah, we don't have that kind of money. And Maggie was like, that's all she knows. Like, I don't know. In the South, it wouldn't be that surprising for them to not discuss it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that works to Alex's advantage, right? I mean, fuck, all the shit he had going on, of course. But that dynamic is not uncommon for like the South and that generation. I had a lot of friends growing up, and I guarantee you their families were exactly the same. They would have had no idea if they were secretly trillionaires or secretly owed trillions. I mean, really, they just wouldn't have known. But the husbands were just in charge of it. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm with you. I agree. I think it's older generations, but also in the South, it's because the gender roles are way more still ingrained, you know, in the South. And then as you go with older generations as well, it's the gender roles being still ingrained and those traditions, right? I guess if you want to be nice about it and call it a tradition versus you know what I mean? Like that is just still more of a thing. So that doesn't surprise me at all. It would have been considered, you know, almost like rude. You know what I mean? Like that was the impression I had from a lot of like, it would be rude to talk about money or to ask about stuff like that. So I don't think that it ever came up. at all. I think Maggie was completely ignorant, and that just worked out for Alex. Yeah. So let me pull up. So okay. So I don't know that we decided about the BK hearing tomorrow. Kitsbits, were you here when we were talking about that? You might not have been, but I was talking about there's that BK hearing tomorrow at 10, and there's going to be other trials happening that people are following, and I either can stream it live tomorrow when it happens at 10, or I could cover it. Brian Koberger. I don't know if you missed the live stream from when was that, yesterday or 2 days ago? I'm covering all those legal filings. So but yeah, so there's the hearing tomorrow at 10. And I don't think it's going to last long, but there's of course there's some people are following Chad Daybell as it's going on. Others are following Karen Reed, and both of those are going to be happening tomorrow. So that the thing that I'm considering is like, that means two things. Like, first of all, the streamer, the people on LawTube, the attorneys and people who would normally be streaming this hearing are actually going to be streaming either one of those trials. So they won't be able to stream it. So there's that. So people that want to watch it live won't really have anywhere to watch it that they normally would, to my knowledge. And then the other thing is that, but because some people might want to still watch those trials, that's why I was saying, well, I also could just do a live stream on it later on after, in the evening or whatever, and we could go over it then. I did do, yeah, I know, especially because you're 3 hours earlier. Yeah, and same. And we've talked a good bit about that actually during the Koberger live stream, because I'm the same way, and so are the people that are usually here. Like, they're not wanting to get involved in any of the bullshit stuff, and that's how, obviously, I think that's how I am. So I can't watch it because I'm allergic to her face, as I've said on the other streams. So I've just been listening to it with EDB. And I wasn't even interested in it until I heard the defense opening statements. And now I'm interested because it's huge. But yeah, I have no intention of really watching it unless there's some sort of evidence or exhibit that's important. But if it's just going to be showing her face, I literally can't. I can't. So, but it was fire. 100. Yes, it was one of the best. And, and of course I love Lawyer, always doing his breakdowns on it. But in terms of the live streaming as it's going on, really, if that's going to be, because if EDB wasn't doing Karen Reed, she would be covering this hearing. So, so that's part of it too. That's good. I'm not willing to even take the risk. And then today I did it was a live premiere, so it's short and probably less than 20 minutes, but I covered the most recent filing in Idaho. I did that this morning just on the fly because I just refreshed the page and there was another filing. So so far there's been 2 videos on the Idaho filings, but basically, the hearing tomorrow is going to be discussing the upcoming hearings because, the state made a motion to have the hearings be closed and the defense objected to it being closed. And they're going to be discussing IGG and probably the alibi and the cell phones. So, gotcha. Well, what's funny is, like I was saying too, is like, by news, do you mean like LawTube or do you mean like news? Because it would be different. But what's funny is you may not have been here yet when I said this, but I was saying earlier how I've been getting notifications all day today from different LawTube channels and stuff like that. And then even Court TV, oh, breaking news about the alibi, blah, blah. And I'm like, we covered this 2 days ago. You know what I mean? So it's funny because it's like when the thing happens and then when you hear about it is there's a delay. But for me, that's why I'm like, I'm just going to keep refreshing the page because we can be the first to learn about some of this stuff. Yeah. Yes. Gotcha. Yeah. Same. Yeah. LawTube. Yeah. So like, for example, I think Lawyer, had a thing where he was like, here's the latest on the Kohberger alibi. And, as I was reading that motion, that filing 2 days ago, you can hear it, and it's timestamped, by the way. All that is timestamped, so you can go. But you will hear me say verbatim. You'll hear me say, "Just wait, because what's going to happen is in a couple of days, people are going to start covering this filing, and LawTube's going to find out about it." And you heard it here first, because it's funny. Because if you don't do that, you think that the day that, like, if I didn't know any better, I would think the filing happened today, and that they were covering it because it seems like it just now happened. But that's what's so funny is like the filing actually was on the 26th, but it didn't post until the 29th, I think. But basically I saw it right away and covered it. And now that it's a couple days later, it's kind of coming around on LawTube and stuff. So, but yeah, so that's why you haven't heard of this stuff. Probably Kit Smith and anyone else too. Like for anyone who didn't see the other live stream that we did and then hasn't seen any of the other videos from today from LawTube, like, yeah. So, I would definitely at least check out Kit Smith's. I would at least check out the video from this morning because it is short. And it picks up where the other one left off if you don't have time to go through each motion or each filing, and it will get you up to speed as to what you can expect for tomorrow. And just that's like the latest, you know what I mean? But then for the more about the previous filings and the kind of what led up to that, then you would want to go to the live stream. So what happened was, like, I did the live stream with all the documents and there's like a million, and then I refreshed it like the next morning or something. I guess that was today. Wow. I refreshed it and it was like, oh, here's another filing. So I just like literally recorded the video and then did a live premiere just so that way we could be completely up to date because there was another filing. So anyway, so no one's really given too much of an opinion on the hearing tomorrow. So I don't know. I guess I'll wait and see if anybody does give an opinion. Maybe it depends on what's happening in the trials, right? Because they could be on break, or it could be that it's like, a boring witness or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that matters as well. I don't know, but I'll figure it out and I'll keep everybody posted in the Discord as to, but it will be tomorrow. So either I will stream it live when it happens at 10 a.m. or I will do a video. Like I'll make, in other words, I'll record it like I usually do, right? Where I skip past breaks and whatever. And then we'll do a live stream tomorrow discussing it and any other filings. There might be more filings too. So, all right. Everybody is awesome. Thanks. Oh, I forgot to hit the play, even though it just makes sparkles, but still. Everybody's awesome for hanging out with us. Yes. So I appreciate you guys. I love how y'all help out with finding information, and I love all the jokes. We have the best time. So I can't wait to see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Well, definitely tomorrow, just a matter of when. But I think that is about it. So I'll have timestamps as always in the description after, and I'm gonna go ahead and roll out with the outro.